Welcome to the transparency. Good morning. Sarah Boone, opening statements. Want to get a little bit of this. Wanted to get a little bit of this. Figured we could watch some trial while Lana works on a report. So again, come on in if you guys want to see the opening statements. How are they going to defend Sarah Boone? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Sarah Boone. I was trying to see how many people got rejected from the Delphi, opening statements in day one. They were just letting everybody in, and then they just, if you didn't get a seat, you were kicked out. But I was trying to pay attention to who was leaving out and to see like where that cutoff was, so you kind of couldn't see the cutoff because they were letting everybody go in. When we can't watch Delphi, we'll watch this Fruit Loop Boone. Ain't that the truth? So happiest of mornings, everybody. Come on in. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Let's see. Sarah Boone. I wish I had a picture of Sarah Boone in a bikini. I'd put it as my thumbnail. Good morning there, Boston Sports Lana. Good morning, Heather Murky. Yeah. All those mods. Who is just waking up and stretching themselves? I'm actually going to physically go to the trial on Friday this coming week. I'm going to be in Florida, so I want to pop on over there. I'm going to throw some cameras in some people's faces and shit. What's up? What's up? What's up? I don't want to see that bikini image. What? I am not trying to trauma bind with y'all, but my mom is just like this woman, hence why I haven't spoken to her in 12 years. Okay, we can trauma bond. Come on now. True funny story. So I fill out my calendar in advance, and I put down on our calendar that Jax didn't have school next Friday due to parent-teacher conferences. Like the parent conferences are usually on Thursdays, Wednesdays and Thursdays, and then the kids get off like the Fridays, the teachers, because they have like an in-teacher day, whatever. Well, we flip-flop those Fridays. Jax didn't have school this Friday. What do me and Jax do? We go to school like we are bad bees. Like, let's go and learn today. Drop Jax off. I'm like, wow, we usually get there 20 to 30 minutes early before school starts. And drop Jax off. I'm like, it seems like it's kind of quiet, But there's all these cars there because the teachers are there. So I'm like, it's not like we're walking into an empty parking lot. No, there's all these cars there, and we go to the back because he likes to walk in like a walker, and get a phone call. Oh, we don't have school today. Jax is here just hanging out. I'm like, I'll be right back. Thank you. Yeah. I was like, I had it down as next Friday. Yeah. Pretty funny. I'm like, there's all these cars here. I'm like, exactly. There's nobody here, but I'm like, man, but like nobody's just like whipping through like they mean it. Like they need to get to like Starbucks or something. They're like in and out, in and out. I'm like, it just seems a little quiet, Yeah. And I was like, then I go back, I was like, how happy are you? He's like, this is great. It's like a snow day then. You're expecting to go to school and then you don't have it. It's like a snow day, man. So, and so I'm like, yeah, now nobody can say I'm not trying to get my kid to school and have him learn. I was making my kid go to school when he didn't even have school. Want to give a shout out to all the people that actually know me and know how I my sarcasm and it's like mixed with a healthy balance. I feel like of, hey, light switch now, get serious. But anybody that truly thought I don't even know what people were out there saying, but writing down. How would I know the jurors and their cars? Give me a break, guys. I mean, I get it. I know that I'm good at what I do, but that would recommend me having like telepathic fucking. I don't even know the names of the jurors. Give me a break, please, please. Absurd, absolutely absurd. But and so did the people in Fort Wayne think that was absolutely absurd. I'm talking about Runaway Jury. You guys know what Runaway Jury is all about? Well, if you haven't seen that movie, I suggest just see it. You're losing me, my jury. It's the guy from Hoosiers. Who's your daddy? That's beyond stupid, right? Just beyond stupidity. So, anyways. Exercise the demons. So I'm writing up reports over here. Yes, that's correct. Hey, baby. What's this?
Is everything I like in it?
Is it for those charms? Oh, it's on Etsy. Can I find it on? I need to find it on Amazon because then I can prime it.
Yeah, but it's.
Oh, here, we got a plug-in.
Okay, but I really want it.
Okay, yeah, here. Show me which one. I ordered it on Amazon. You could probably have it today. I want that.
And I want that.
You do?
And okay. I want the croc accessories. Okay, are those the croc jewels? Is that what they're called? No, croc accessories.
Oh, croc accessories.
Letters.
Okay.
Letters.
Letters? Accessory letters?
Accessory letters.
Okay.
That's accessories, not letters.
Oh, accessory letters. Okay, yep, see. Oh, which ones?
Here.
Those ones.
No.
Oh.
Mom, I don't want
these ones.
I don't want those.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you which ones are primed and which ones you're going to get quicker, so. Are those?
No.
Okay.
I have it.
We didn't have school today. Just waiting on, I'm telling you, Judge Gall's running a tight ship. Like it's 12 minutes in. Hey, can I have that back, please, sir? I need to do something really quick. Get with it, Mom. Oh, we got some movement. Oh, we got some shaking back there. She was shaking.
See, nothing on there.
Okay.
Just buy it from Etsy.
Etsy, you have no idea when that's going to come in. Like, you're going to be asking me every day.
And I probably will be.
I think you should go with, you want letters, like, get these.
Yeah, but no, I don't want those already. I already told you that.
Okay, then all right, I'll look for them on Etsy then. Give me a second. Look, let me see that picture again. Good morning. She was shaking. Ooh. Let's see. What's the title of it?
I'll tell you, it's Croc full letters.
Croc's colorful letters, numbers, PVC shoe charms. Let me see this. Let me see how long it says it'll take it here. Typically,
it would take 1.5 days.
They're about a quarter size and are super cute. So look, the size of a quarter.
Like this?
Like a little bit, yeah, like the size of a quarter. Go over there and grab a quarter and see if you want it up on your shoe like that. Then the next thing is it's a great, super cute addition to my Crocs and the rest of my charms. These letters arrived quickly and were the perfect size for my child's Crocs. Is that what you want? Sorry, guys, we are Croc shopping like some woo. Yeah, let me see, baby.
Can we just go to the Crocs store after you're done with your live? Mom, please.
Sure, baby. We can just. Where's the Croc store at, Jess? The only Croc store I know of is I always go to the one in Florida. Is there one here in like Easton?
Yeah.
You know what? We can go on the way to the soccer tournament.
No.
Yeah, baby, because it's on the way. That's where the mall is. That's where the mall is.
No.
We'll think about it. I used to make those button things 20 years ago. We'll get back on it, Mary P. These are in high demand. You understand? Now we're going to the Croc store. Croc store in malls or shoe stores. Yeah. Shh. Keep that to yourselves. Walmart usually has accessories for shoes, Jax. Why don't you look on Walmart.com? I can just get... Etsy said they'll be here quick. But are you trying to have them like this weekend for your tournament? Because if that's the case, I can get Prime overnight. And they'll be here at 4 o'clock in the morning. That's the fastest I can get them here. No, I didn't know they were back in high demand. Oh, they are. Wait, did you go to that soccer game? You guys, if you just knew how I operate my life here, just soccer mom by night, YouTuber by day and night. Uh-oh. I just started making them. Yes, you should. They're in high demand right now. They're really cute. You know, all the kids want to put like their numbers on them, you know? You get like, what do you call it? Like warm-up jerseys, and they get like these, they put their numbers on the back. So I got Jax a bunch of that stuff when we were in Florida, and then now he wants some new ones. Ugh. I start making them. Will you pass my details around? Oh my God, you'll have all the kids in our neighborhood buying from you. It's all about how quick you can get something to somebody. I'm telling you. Yeah, big tournament. Last travel tournament this weekend. We're going to Dayton. What's up, Dayton? It's a big old tournament. Soccer mom here. Our season finished, and we have our weekends back. I know it's been travel all weekend. So that's actually why I'm not in Delphi right now. Momming always comes first, and we have a huge tournament. It's our last big. We're probably going to win the championship. We have a really good team. Jack scored last weekend in the game. So he's got 2 goals on the season. He's like the youngest on the team. He's playing on like a 10U team, and he's 8. Soccer season Israel. You guys, let me tell you, okay? Of all the sports, all my roommates played soccer. And so I hit them up and I'm like, you're never going to believe this. My son is playing soccer. And they're like, ha ha, cha cha. Then I'm talking about the game you were riding to. Oh yeah. We went to that. Messi. Yeah, we went to the All-Star game. Dude, they wanted like ridiculous money for that Messi game. You guys, like, I'm talking cheddar for that Messi game. Cheddar for that Messi game. I'm like, hot damn. You know, regular season game to pay like, they wanted like $500 to $700 per ticket. Oh, free bird, thank you. Crocs gear for Jax. What a great boy. He is. He is so happy today. He thought he had school. It was like a snow day. What is going on over there in Florida? I mean, is this how it is over there in Florida? I mean, we got a Bev again. It's 9:18. I know in Delphi, like opening statements would have been almost closing for the they're probably timed. So, oh yeah, parents go in and all out. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Uh-oh. We got some movement on the camera. Uh-oh. Sarah tried to do makeup and hair. Messi is going to retire soon. The chances to see him are getting fewer and fewer. I know. So we did it. We had so I got the All-Star tickets way in advance. Got second, third row for these All-Star tickets. Okay. And then Messi screws up his leg. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. And then he came back to town. Was it a couple weeks ago? And went to that. But oh my God, just seeing you're covering this, Lana. I'm covering it for all of us that can't watch Delphi. Okay, it looks like something's going on. Be sure to hit that thumbs up. Thank you. I think Sarah's having a fit. I want snacks. Don't be a stinger with your finger. You're here and it's free. That's funny. You guys, Delphi, you see all those people that were lined up? Those people were lined up from 7 p.m. I know people that were getting paid. Okay. Forensic, how are you? Can I hang with us? That's what's going on. Yes, please. We welcome you. Hi, love. So the inside scoop with Delphi is there's people that were in line from like beginning at like 7 or 8 p.m. There's people that I know that are getting paid like anywhere from $20 an hour to $100 an hour to stand in line for Delphi for the people that are like, I'm going to show up then like at like, 7 a.m. And then like, you're taking my like, isn't that crazy? So how many people out there want to make some money? Stand in line for Delphi. Now, this is the other thing that's really crazy is that if you don't get in, let's say you don't get in during the morning session. This is something I think is going to be interesting is that the afternoon session, are you telling me that I have to like get back in line because the people that didn't get in for the morning, they would already be like in line. You get what I'm trying to say? Like so I'm waiting to hear on how that's going to work because I ain't going to lie. Based on when she's doing her, her lunch breaks, you might want to actually go in for the afternoon session. Because if she's doing lunch from 12 to 1, I'm going to get way more time bang for my buck from 1 to 6 than I am from 9 to 12. Okay, guys? So no cut-ins. I don't know what cut-ins means, but so if I'm paying you though to stand in line for me, you have to switch. Like they're not going in with me, but I'm just taking their spot. So I don't think that's cutting in line. So, but people are getting paid like anywhere from $20 to $100 an hour. It just depends on what the rules are. Like when I was in, when I was in Fort Wayne, like it was, I went to the bathroom. That was it. But I sat in my chair from 8 o'clock in the morning because that's when the doors open. And I was out there at 6:15 in the morning. And I sat in the same spot the whole entire day, did not eat, had a swig of water, like a sip, and was in my chair, no lunch. So Sarah's busy searching prison wardrobe for swimsuits for the world. She's doing something. Could you just never leave your seat? It depends if they lock, like, so in Fort Wayne, when they did, they said they were locking the courtroom, but she just never broke for lunch. And so it was like, okay. And I wanted to see how they were about to pick the jury. I wasn't there to dox the jury. I was there to see. Go watch the Karen Reed coverage, okay? Turtle Boy covered it the same damn way, okay? This juror, the age range, what they look like, and their occupation, and what their mannerisms were. Like, that's really important. How they responded to certain questions when people said stuff like that. Okay, that's not doxing. I think people need to fucking know what the definition of doxing is, first of all. Look it up in the fucking dictionary, motherfuckers. So, excuse me while I just drop a couple F-bombs. Good morning on this Friday. Fantastic looking morning. You're losing my jury. Runaway Jury. You guys need to watch it. Lana Mods chat. Woo! Yes, you can. Quick question. I wanted to know, what portion of Andrea's live can I go to, if you might know offhand. I want to get the jury makeup when they went ahead and swore in the jurors. I just want to know if me and Andrea lost any of our favorite people. So, like, I just want to know that. Did we lose any of our favorites? Locals have beef with out-of-town YouTubers and podcasters taking up seats in Delphi. Should have rallied harder against no cameras for this trial then. Yeah. Yeah. Well, so, let's see. I saw that Andrea and Lawyer Lee got in. Is that still correct? Did they get in? You guys, what are they doing? Like, what's seriously going on? Like, this trial, like, this is why I have not covered this trial. Everything about this case is, I mean, this is what you call not judicial economy. Okay, we're going to try to put Mary P. When you say that, I can't believe that she's not allowing audio at least. At the end of the day, this is what the problem is. At the end of the day, normally, like, there would be a disc that could totally be uploaded. Okay. And it would have, like, here we go. Even if it was a day or two behind and we had to listen to it a day or two behind, right? If somebody needed to go through and they wanted to redact stuff, all right? But they don't do that with anything else that we hear. You know what I mean? But they should be putting out the audio recording after the fact the next day. And I'm going to go ahead and put a request in, because if you try to deny those type of requests, like, that's all, there's a very, like, it's just the law. It's like, we have a right to hear that. Audio will be available, but at the end of trial only. And see, that's crazy to me. So basically in a month, we can stream it. Here she is. There she is, baby. Baby Boone. Woo! She's propping the pink, baby. She's taking off her garb and her handcuffs. The jury's not going to see any of that, though. Baby Boone. Oh, my God. She's wrapped around like a lunatic. Like, you might as well put her in a straitjacket. Baby Boone. She's so petite. That's why I call her Baby Boone. Here she comes, Miss America. What do you guys think about her lawyer? I know nothing about this case except for, holy shit. Okay. Well, I mean, she kind of is. How many people out there feel that, like, she forgot that she recorded the video on her phone? You know. Even live earlier in Valajah, yeah. In her suit pants as she wanted. Here she is. I mean, as flat as a pancake. Her ass is as flat as a pancake. Excuse me? Lana. KJ, thanks for that comment. I just had to add to it. I think she forgot she heard it. She was drunk AF. Aw. You guys see the jury? So she only has 6 jurors. How about that? She's smiling, though. I would take a video. I was 15 years, but out in 7. 15-year deal. Out in 7.5. Probably. I would have probably got that down. Is Florida's 7 jurors always? I thought.
I'm ready when you are.
So much is going on. Jill Daniels is in court this morning. I know Jilly Ho. Hi, Sherry D. Shake it, baby. Free bird. Free bird.
for the state.
Okay, here we go.
James Owens on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson, Sarah Boone.
I gotta put my bra on for this one.
I do.
Ma'am, good morning. Can you please state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-77.
All right. Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, wearing a black suit and a pink blouse. She is in custody in this matter. However, there are no restraints that are affixed to her person, so we will be standing when our jury enters and exits. Before we bring in our jury this morning, yesterday the court had reserved on a Richardson hearing regarding Exhibit 2 as identified in the defendant's 5th amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list, specifically 119 pages of records from Advent Health Winter Park that were provided to the state yesterday morning by way of USB drive. Yesterday, the court had ordered that the defense was to provide an edited version of only the records pertaining to anxiety and the lack thereof, or anything pertaining to those matters, but before 9 a.m. this morning. Was that done, Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. J, have you had the opportunity to review the culled down list of 119 documents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is remaining of those 119 specific JPEG images, and what do they pertain to?
Billings, observations by the medical personnel, so don't necessarily apply to the issue of anxiety, as the court indicated. I did include certain pages that discuss depression issues, as I believe that they were related to anxiety. And then I've identified 4 or 5 other pages that are not anxiety related, so maybe
Nobody gives a shit. Delphi
Of those
underwear.
119 images, how many are being sought? 15? Okay, thank you. State response.
Go ahead and hit those thumbs up buttons. Let's get some.
Apparently, these are all just related to a January 23rd, 2018 admission at Advent Health Winter Park. So it appears they're not seeking to introduce any records from other instances that were contained in the records that were first disclosed to the state on September 27th.
You speak of the 81 pages?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Nor the new 119 pictures that still not in a PDF form. So of the 15 pages, the first 2 that they list are pages 9 and 10 out of 111. And I believe I've identified them as best I can. However, the Bates stamp from the hospital is over other text, and there is no other Bates stamp. So I had to, I'm guessing that it's pages 9 and 10 out of 111. It appears to just be a health information sharing sheet, like a contract. I don't understand the relevance of those 2 pages. Pages 21, and then they skip 22, 23, 24, and 25 are all part of her initial assessment on 123.18. We don't object to those pages, but for, and I apologize that there's a but for, the fact that at the bottom of page 25 begins her toxicology screening, and that does go into page 26, and they did not indicate that they want to use page 26. However, without page 26, we are going to experience relevancy issues and a 403 objection from the state. And that is because in her toxicology screen, for which she is coming to the treatment to seek treatment for depression symptoms, she is at 165 for ethanol, meaning when converted, it's 0.165 grams per deciliter, over twice the legal limit. It's a central nervous system depressant. We are going to have at least 1 medical doctor, well, 2. The forensic pathologist will testify for the state, and then our expert on battered spouse syndrome, if we get to that point, is also a medical doctor. She's a psychiatrist, not a psychologist. Will tell us that ethanol is a central nervous system depressant. I believe even the psychologists will be able to get that information in. So we are objecting to pages 21 through 25 coming in without page 26.
If I understand your argument, is it a rule of completeness issue?
Yeah, I mean, in the sense that it applies to documents as opposed to statements. I mean, it is an out-of-court statement, so it is a rule of completeness issue, particularly when the symptoms and the complaints of the patient on that particular day were crying and being depressed and showing signs of using a central nervous system depressant. The rest of the talk screen, pages 27 and 28, they did not list. We are not complaining that they are not including that. Page 29 is another page they listed. That's more of a narrative about her visit at January 23rd, 2018. We do not object. Page 43 is just her vital signs. We don't object. Page 44 is more of the initial assessment on this January 23rd, 2018 visit. We do not object, nor do we object to pages 45, 46, or 47.
What are pages 45, 46, and 47, just for my own?
More of this initial assessment
Thank you.
of January 23rd, 2018 was my understanding.
Okay.
Page 48, we are asking again that this be included. Again, I don't believe it's super mysterious why we are going from pages 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, and then skipping page 48, and then going to 49. But we do want page 48 included. On that page includes her height and weight at the time. Page 63.
What's 49? So seemingly that's included.
49 is just some results. Again, it's misleading and doesn't provide full context without what I've described as page 26, because part of the results on page 49 show that she was tested, shows that she was tested for the presence of ethyl alcohol or ethanol, but it doesn't give the results.
Are the results contained in another page?
Just on page 26.
Deal.
Described as wanting included.
So not following 49 to 50 or 51 sequentially?
No, because the pages they want from the 40s are 43 through 47, skipping 48, and we're asking for 48 to be included between 47 and 49 to make sure it's relevant and complete. And
But they are also seeking 49, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just they just skipped 48, just like they skipped 26.
Okay.
Page 63. It appears to be repetitive, but we don't have any particular objection. Page 63 of the 111. Page 108 seems to be another part of the initial assessment from January 23rd, 2018. So we don't object to that. So basically we're asking for pages 26 and 48 to be included.
Okay, thank you. The defense did, or I'm sorry, the state did seek a Richardson hearing yesterday in this matter, and based on binding precedent by the 6th District Court of Appeal, Young v. State, 369 Southern 3rd, 1243, regardless of the culling down of the records, the court still is required to conduct a Richardson hearing. As to the issue of whether the defendant's violation was inadvertent or willful, Mr. Owens had advised that these documents were obtained sometime last week. He was unable to provide any specificity. He's going to confer with his office. Mr. Owens or Mr. Beck, are you in a position to advise when these documents were first requested, when they were received, and when they were sent to the state? Specifically, any documents pertaining to Exhibit 2, the Advent Health Winter Park records?
Judge, I did check with my secretary, Margaret, and my understanding is I didn't know that was going to be a question about when we actually sent it out. I know it was one of my trips down here. I got Sarah Boone to sign a medical release. We sent it to the hospital. It took 2 weeks.
Thumbs it up. Bring the cool people
Got it
here.
last week. We don't know exactly when. We don't timestamp at our office when something is mailed in, and it was mailed in from the hospital to my office. For whatever reason, the records did not get to Shelby, who was handling that issue, until late. It was yesterday or the day before that she was aware that they had not been disclosed. We provided the copy to the state at that time.
So did these records come in batches? Because my understanding, based on the state's representation and their objections, was that the first 81 pages came on September 27th. Those were provided.
Those were separate. Those were records that some of the other lawyers, one of the other lawyers had received. And we sent them on, but the problem was they had notes on them. So we sent that 81, but it wasn't directly from the hospital. So we were trying to get a more complete, unedited copy of the records. That's why we made our request.
Okay, and when was the error identified in time as to when these items were not sent, such that they were provided via USB yesterday?
Whatever date we gave them is when we realized there was an error, that same day.
Okay, my understanding that would have been yesterday morning.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
I'm not sure who those 4 people are, 2 on 2 on each side.
Building department, subcontractor, the request would be on 27th of September. I suspect they waited until they received confirmation of payment, $135 for receipt of them. So we received those. So it's all going to take a couple of weeks, but we had the notification last week.
What the heck are they doing, man? Who's talking?
Okay. Any further argument or positions with regard to the Richardson analysis, Mr. J?
Yes, for the purpose of this hearing, I'd like back the documents.
Is that the 119 pages, sir?
No, sir, it's the 81 pages that we got on September 27th, 2000.
Any objection? All right, what was pre-marked A for the purposes of the Richardson hearing will be received without objection as states 1.
Ah. We're going to play hide and seek, y'all. We'll be back in a couple. I'm going to play hide and seek in Delphi. Those crazies. I will be hiding from everybody in Delphi.
Your Honor, there was just a reference that 81 pages were all marked up by the defense. There's no markings. The issue and the confusion that the state attorney's office still has, though, is page 68 of 81 of these original 81 documents.
If you have a cell phone on, they need to be silenced and turned off, please. If you cannot follow the court's instructions,
Get the
due to
out.
publicity in this case, I will ask for you to be removed.
Yes.
Does everyone understand? Thank you. You may proceed.
And I realize that I've only had a limited amount of time to review the 119 pages that came in yesterday. And again, it's more difficult to review those because it's not in a PDF where I can word search it and do any of the things that are afforded to us with modern technology. It came in as 119 separate JPEGs. They're not in order. So for instance, when I'm trying to look for page 43 of those 111 records out of the 119 pages, it's not in order. And I've done my absolute best to try and see if this page, which is 68.
Yes. And referring to 68 of the 81 that was
Yes,
entered
sir.
as 1, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank
It
you.
is sub-labeled within these records as page 2 of 14. And it appears to be a part of her visit on January 23rd, 2018. And in the social history provided, it says alcohol use denies, tobacco use denies, and the other part isn't relevant. And I just haven't been able to find that. And so I'm asking for the leeway to continue to try and search for that particular page out of the 119.
Where
So that I
are the
may
jurors?
ask that out of the doctrine of completeness and fairness, that it be included. I'm just, at this point, I've not been able to find anything in the records that says that, and I'm limited in my abilities to cheat with technology and put it, if there's a 119-page PDF and you make it word searchable, you just put in the magic word and it helps.
It totally does. It totally does. It
So
totally
that's-
does.
That's why there's this confusion, and that's part of why I had to raise this issue. Was just at my first glance at those pages yesterday, I knew that something seemed off compared to what was previously provided.
Okay. Any response?
It has a heading, Your Honor. I'm not familiar with that heading in the documents that I was reviewing. I'll look for it again and I'll provide
Okay.
information.
I appreciate y'all working together on that. So here's what we're going to do.
If I may.
Yes.
We had told the state that we would bring in a printed copy, not the PDF, this morning. But Federal Express, which is the block away, for whatever reason, the road was being constructed. So they closed. So we were there at 8 o'clock to get the copy to the state we had promised, but we will bring one at lunch to hand to state.
Okay. Appreciate it. All right. Any other argument with regard to the Richardson issue? Anything further, Mr. Beck? Okay. With regard to, let me conclude the Richardson analysis first. All right. Thank you both for your positions and your arguments. The court has, as a matter of law, the court needs to determine whether the defendant's violation was inadvertent or willful.
Okay.
The court finds that based on the positions provided by the defense that the disclosure was inadvertent, but I do find that the violation had some level of substantiality to it. But due to the state's review and the defense compliance with the court's order yesterday as to culling down to the pages that we've identified, the court finds that the violation had a limited ability on the state's ability to prepare for trial due to the lack of objections to the majority of the documents, with the exception of page 48 and 26, which are sought to be included. For those reasons, I find that the prejudicial effect of the substantial disclosure is limited, and I'm not going to order the defense, not going to prohibit the defense from proceeding forward on moving these items into evidence. However, I do want to address the 403 rule of completeness issue with regard to pages, 26 and 49 as, 26 and 48 as sought by the state. No objection, Mr. Beck. All right, thank you. So the state's request is granted. Pages 26 and 48 will be included in any evidentiary documents that sought to be moved into evidence with regard to this January 23, 2018 incident, as provided in the 119 pages of item 2 of the defendant's fifth amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list. I will not foreclose the state regarding page 68 of the 81 pages. If they're able to find that additional document, we can address any argument at that time as to why that should be included. Anything further, state, before we bring in our jury?
Okay, let's get them
Judge,
in.
the
Oh, come on.
defense team has indicated to me that they intend on using demonstrative aids during opening statement.
They do.
The ones that I have seen include jury instructions that may not be given and may not be given in the way that the court gives, and photographs that could be coming into evidence. I identified at least one that I don't recognize as something they sought to be seeking into evidence, perhaps two. So I believe we should have a discussion about each and every one of those. They should each be marked for the record purposes by letter so that we can refer to them and make a record. I believe it's in the court's discretion, even though I rarely see it exercised in this way in this circuit, to allow the respective parties to refer to actual exhibits during opening statements. I would urge the court not to allow that. They're going to see them soon enough, but particularly with what they are seeking to introduce, given the motion in limine ruling that the court has already issued, that at this point in time, the latest proffer with the defendant's testimony is not amounting to an overt act that will result in a self-defense instruction, that will result in prior instances of violence coming in, that it would be extremely prejudicial, dangerous, and to use Mr. Cacciatore's analogy, very impossible to put that toothpaste back in the tube if we amplify our opening statements, which may or may not come to fruition when we start talking about these past instances and battered spouse syndrome. It would be greatly amplified if they're actually seen exhibits. the defendant's past injuries that she's attributing to the decedent. So I'm asking for us to discuss that.
Response before we go through each photo.
Oh gosh.
Judge, yeah, the defense is self-defense. Sarah's going to testify that she was defending herself. We believe the court's going to rule we're entitled to put on a case involving self-defense. And under the instruction for justifiable use of non-deadly force and the justifiable use of deadly force,
I'm not discussing the jury instructions at this time.
there are evidence of prior threats, prior events of violence committed under that instruction. Under the self-defense justifiable use.
Here's my concern. Why are we addressing law in opening statement?
Well, I agree with the state attorney. I did float up a couple of these on the justifiable use of non-deadly force.
That does not answer my question.
I would agree not to use those.
Okay.
The two I'm interested in using and opening is the standard instruction. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering the verdict. You want to read it out?
No, I can see it, sir.
And then the other one is a reasonable doubt, not a possible doubt, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt is the standard instruction.
What's your position with regard to those two, Mr. J?
Judge, it's opening statements. We should be discussing what we anticipate to come into the trial, and that's going to be enough of a minefield. It really shouldn't be about the law. We'll both have an opportunity to use the actual jury instructions, which we have not decided upon. We will have the opportunity to use that overhead or any means that we want at the end of the trial during our closings to put up what is actually decided to be the law after the case has been presented. So it's our position that we shouldn't be using demonstrative aids with portions of jury instructions. We're going to have that opportunity to argue how the law applies to the facts at the end, and we will have the correct version. And if the court is following the tendency that I've seen in this circuit recently, we may, in fact, read 3/4 of the jury instructions to them before we even begin our closing remarks. I think it's premature and problematic to be doing that at this time, and it's not the role of opening remarks.
Any other response?
Judge, I've been doing this 35 years. I've had these boards. I've used these boards at opening statements. I don't know how many times. I've said that I would waive introducing the one specific to self-defense, but reasonable doubt is an instruction you gave to the jury when we got started. And then this weighing the evidence is a standard jury instruction that applies in every case.
Are those the standard? Is that the language of the standard instruction?
I have not had the opportunity this morning to pull up the Florida Standard Criminal Jury Instructions off the Supreme Court website due to dealing with motions in limine, trying to prepare my opening statement, and doing all the things that I should be doing on the eve of openings. But I did notice that I did not believe the reasonable doubt instruction was complete just from memory, and I know that's not the complete weighing the evidence instruction either. It's an entire page of instructions for each of those.
Can I see the reasonable doubt instruction, please? Well, here's the first problem. That's the wrong instruction. Florida Supreme Court revised 3.7 earlier this year. That is not the appropriate definition of reasonable doubt. It is not what was read to the jury during jury selection. 3.7 now reads, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and it does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there's not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. That does not track the standard jury instruction. For those reasons, I'm not going to allow it.
Judge, I'll have it redone in arguments.
As long as we're still in the process of working through. The 3.7 instruction speaks for itself. I won't preclude you from using enlargements in closing, but for the purposes of opening, because it doesn't track the 3.7 instruction, I'm not going to allow it.
And this is an excerpt from.
Give me a moment.
You guys, I agree. If my defense attorney doesn't have the correct definition, I'd be pissed. How do you clip the wrong thing? I'm sorry, but none of those jurors can even see that. I want like big, bold, just like that should have been handled during selection. That's why I think that Rosie and Baldwin did a phenomenal job, because they handled all of this stuff like in jury selection. It was amazing. I'm telling you, they have it all wrapped up in a bow. I believe that Richard Allen's coming home. He's coming home. I'll be shocked if it's not a hung jury, or if he's not acquitted, I'll be shocked.
That seems to be the standard 3.9 instructions, or at least portions of it. Response?
Again, since it's not all of it.
Oh, stop
It's
it.
misleading. It's
No.
highlighting something about the law when we're just talking about opening remarks. 6 through 10 are optional. We haven't decided which out of the optional instructions 6 through 10 we're going to use in this case, because we have not heard the evidence yet. So I just think it's inappropriate to be delving into pieces and portions of jury instructions before we get the evidence. What we should be doing is explaining to the jury what we believe the facts are going to show and the inferences that they can draw from them, and argue the law later.
Last bite at the apple, sir.
Judge, they've got to have some guidance to the law, that in many ways, we do it where we give them the law at the very end, and I understand the reason for that, depending on the evidence that comes in, but there's standard instructions that are going to apply throughout. And this is just giving them an idea of what their role is in considering the credibility of witnesses. I think it's appropriate. It's a brief statement of a standard instruction that comes in on every case.
Let me move to the photographs before I address the 3.9 issue.
Oh my God, you guys, this trial is going to take forever.
We should mark them.
Okay.
Oh God, she's in a, what is this?
Do you want them marked? You want them marked by Madam Clerk, correct? Okay, so let's approach with that first photograph, please. Madam Clerk, yes.
They're giving me 3.9 headache. Okay, so we got the Madam Clerk over there. Is she the one? Okay. And then I'm guessing, you guys, people have been asking, I don't know who these people are behind him. Are they interns? I don't know. Behind the judge. This is complete chaos. This huge big box just right there is just so distracting to me. It's an eyesore. I can't. My ADD is off the hook. Like, that needs to move. Like, that's bothering me. I don't know why people have an issue with, what he's doing is not outside the rules of anything. He wants to use demonstrative exhibits. He wants to show their defense is self-defense. Okay. He wants to use photos of things that Sarah has endured, leading up to that point. It's up to the jury to believe, if they want to believe, that she did what she did for self-defense. If she's going to self-defense, she's trying to literally leave this courtroom a completely free woman. Just so we're clear. This whole courtroom is super messy, just like this case. Yes. How do you guys that looks like my office right now. My little area over here. I got papers everywhere. Like, I need a secretary, somebody who's looking for a part-time job. We pay in Starbucks. I'm just kidding. Do you think Sarah's pushing her attorney to go a certain way? I think it's up to, hey, how do you want me to defend you? Sure. You're, yeah. went from it was an accident to I did it on purpose because he was abusive. Yeah, I think that's kind of weird. I personally think that she was drunk and she went to sleep. I don't think that she thought that he couldn't get out. I mean, I'm sorry, but how does anybody fit in a suitcase, you guys? That's wild to me. Like, how does this even happen? You know, who let somebody put them in a suitcase? How did he get in that suitcase? He would have had to get in it himself. I don't think that Sarah could put him in there. I mean, I get that he's small, but like, I would have been swinging. You guys, 130 pounds. I don't care, you guys. Go ahead and get in a suitcase. Zip that up. They said he weighed 108 pounds at death. I'm telling you guys, 108 pounds. I would never be getting in any suitcase. She had to zip it up. You know, and it's like, why? How do you let somebody zip it up? Like, I don't even understand. Yeah, I want the real reason too. Yeah. Oh, I totally agree. Like, here's my thing. What about her language? What is she laughing? What is she doing right now? They're probably talking about how messy the place is. You know what I thought was awesome? You know, because a lot of people gave Karen Reed a lot of crap, and when Rosie was talking with the jurors, he's like, you know, if you happen to ever look over, and you know, it's me and my co-counsel, and we're, you know, smiling or something comes out laughing, I need to know, are you going to hold that against us? Are you going to hold that against us? Because there's a lot of things that go on that actually have nothing to do with the case when we're at a break or we're talking about something or waiting for something. You know, there's times that we need some mental relief too, that if we crack a joke or whatever. But Rosie said this, and I thought that was so friggin' smart because it's so friggin' true. Like when Andrea said to me, oh my God, what do you think about Nick's hair? He's got like some Coke dealer hair. Like, she said that to me, I don't know, at 9:00 in the morning, you know, when he's there before we even start, because he was out there. I mean, I was rolling. She said that to me like off the rip that day. But I don't think anything in there is funny, you know, but that comment was hilarious. And we both had like our freaking little laugh about it. I was like, oh my God, you didn't know his hair was like that? Because I was just like, I had seen it before. And I was just always calling him Slick Back Pony, like, you know, Donnie Brasco. And she just says, yeah, oh my God, he's got some really Coke hair dealer hair. Coke dealer hair. And I was just like, it was great. She's so calming. I love her. She's just so calming. Like, she's a sweetheart.
Okay. Next photo.
That's awesome. That's funny. I think she thinks she's going to be set free like Casey Anthony and start working with her lawyers. I would have taken the deal. He's going through the pictures.
Picture of the large screen TV with 6 or 7 holes in it where George Torres hit the TV with a bat. That's exhibit D is a blow up injuries to Sarah Boone's left arm from George Floyd. Exhibit F is a close-up of the wound Sarah Boone's leg where George Torres stabbed her with a stick. That's exhibit G. Is a close-up of Sarah Boone's face. It shows where George Torres poked her with a curtain rod. Then exhibit H is a photograph, close-up of Sarah Boone after she was kicked in the head by George Torres. That's exhibit I. Is another close-up of Sarah Boone's face after she suffered injuries at the hands of George Floyd. All these, I believe, Judge, all these exhibits, except for the first one, A, were in Sarah Boone's phone. State custody of the phone. State had the photographs. The state provided the defense in discovery with these photographs. We intend on introducing these photographs. We don't intend on introducing the blow-ups. We intend on introducing the normal size pages of the photographs and then using these as demonstrative aid to show the jury during opening and then closing the injuries that Sarah Boone sustained at the hands of George Floyd.
Any other further argument with regard to the use of those items pre-marked as A through I in opening statement? Mr. Owens,
Yes, sir, Judge, and I sent you some cases.
when did you send it, sir?
This morning.
I have not received it.
You guys, this isn't like this should have been handled way. This is unbelievable. This trial is going
State sent
nowhere.
a copy of it?
I'm familiar with the case law. I did receive the email. I'm not sure if it indicated who all was copied on it. A separate one, but I'll check.
Is it just these two cases? Been provided Alsager v. State, 326 7th 3rd, 656, Florida Supreme Court, 2021. Lowe v. State, 259 7th 3rd, 23, Florida Supreme Court, 2018. Yes, sir.
Judge, the court has discretion to allow demonstrative aids. If
They
you
do.
Look at one or both of those. There was a state wanted to introduce a dummy they were using in a homicide case, which the court allowed. Other cases have allowed photographs and demonstrative aids to be used in opening statements.
This is courtroom discretion. It's all on the judge.
In the Alcaguer case, which is the 2021 case, trial court acted within its discretion in permitting state's use of a map as a demonstrative aid during the guilt phase rebuttal closing argument in a capital murder trial, where evidence visually demonstrated on the map was not without support in the record. That was actually an exhibit that was in the record.
Let's see what happens here.
The 2018 case, Supreme Court of Florida. Again, the trial court acted within its discretion in allowing a demonstrative exhibit. In that case, it was a murder prosecution. Trial court acted within its discretion in allowing the state to use a mannequin in a demonstrative aid in order to show the position of the gun in relation to the victim's body. The mannequin was used to set out the circumstances of the crime and to attempt to establish aggravation. The mannequin was used to demonstrate the location of the gunshot wounds, the angle of the impact against the skin, the incapacitating nature of each gunshot wound. Advising of the trajectories were anatomical, not spatial, and had a small degree of error where only was slight difference between the victim's size and the mannequin's dimensions. There was nothing to suggest the mannequin was altered to resemble the victim. Court allowed, again, the court's discretion. As you know, we're claiming self-defense, and part of that instruction, we're entitled to allege prior instances of difficulties and prior acts of violence so that the defendant who asserts self-defense, their state of mind is different from yours.
Over the top is the only way to go, Lana. You guys, I'm telling you this. Trust me, if I do that, people will literally, I will have the cops at my door. We need to fucking test all this shit. Test the way. Get those little strips out. Yeah, testing my baking powder and powdered sugar. Lana's passing out fake cocaine. How dare her? That house over there is passing out baggies, Mom. What? Oh, yeah. There's little Skittles in there, too. I'm going to get fake roll-up $100 bills, y'all. Come on in. It's a party. Dude, I'm dead. Friggin' A.
Exhibits will be introduced into evidence. They're demonstrative aids to aid the jury in understanding the circumstances surrounding that relationship and the actions that Sarah took and the reasonableness of those actions in light of their history.
Thank you. Any response, State?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Judge, the standard is, it is your discretion, and you will only be reversed if you abuse your discretion in this regard. The state is urging you just flat out, as a matter of principle, to not allow the parties to go into the exhibits during opening statements. They're going to be seeing the actual exhibits in the very, very near future. I mean, we can do this. We can play the videos. We can show gruesome autopsy photographs on the big screen as well during opening statements, but those things are all coming. So we're just asking you first in general, let's not extend the opening statements in that regard any more than necessary. Now, our specific objections are this. With A, which is beneath everything now, but the bloody ear from the prior incident, I believe that is from a body-worn camera, and I think he indicated as much. It was not from her phone. If we get to that point where we know that this piece of evidence is coming in, that would be one thing. But right now, the law of the case is they cannot put on any evidence of prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence regarding the victim, or go into battered spouse syndrome in the evidence until self-defense has been established. And that self-defense must be established by the testimony, and in this particular case, it has to come from the defendant, of an overt act taken by the decedent, which resulted in an imminent threat of great bodily harm or death. And we have had that litigation. We have provided the court the most recent testimony regarding the defendant's most recent statements from the two doctors, and there that it doesn't exist at this time. So it's one thing for the parties to go into things in opening statements that don't end up coming into evidence. And when the defendant does that, well, under King versus State, the state gets to point out, look, they made these promises in opening statements and they didn't come to fruition. So you need to disregard everything that you heard that was going to happen in trial that didn't. But the problem, particularly for the state side, is we don't get to appeal. So if we go through opening statements and we have the jurors not only exposed to our words about things that may or may not be coming into evidence, but exposed to 1,000 words per picture, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, that amplifies the error. And it's an error the state has no remedy to fix. So we're asking for A, which would absolutely come into evidence. If we get this overt act testimony, which has not occurred yet from the defendant, and certainly this is A would come in some of the other letters. And there's nothing wrong with them blowing it up like that. In fact, the state has it on their exhibit and will be showing it on the screen as well. There's not, a lot of dispute over whether that will come in if we meet that standard of an imminent act or overt threat of an imminent act of danger. B, I'm not sure B was on their list of items that they sought to introduce from the phone. We would argue a picture of her with her dogs on her porch doesn't have any relevance. I don't expect that to be coming into trial, so we're objecting on that separate ground. And then returning back to C, D, E, F, G, H, I. State is all aware of those photographs. We are prepared to introduce them ourselves through the digital evidence. There's no hiding those things. If we meet the threshold for this sort of evidence coming in.
Could you identify those for me? I'm trying to keep notes contemporaneously.
Yes. C.
It was C through I inclusive?
Yes.
Thank you.
B is the only one that is not a photograph of prior violence. It's, I don't know, it wasn't on their list of things that they sought to introduce, and I don't know what the relevance would be of her just sitting there on her porch with her dogs. But A and then C through I, judge, absolutely at the end of the trial, great. Blow them up, use them as much as you want. But in this particular case, with the rulings that the court has already made about this, based on the state's motion in limine, it is very dangerous to allow them to do this when we are not expecting it to be admitted into evidence based on the current state of the defendant's testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Owens, if you could address Exhibit B, it was pre-marked as B.
But Judge, you've already ruled that these things come in and open. Remember that? prior-
No, what I ruled is that you were able to discuss them, address them in opening. Photographs are a totally different kitty.
I said nothing about battered spouse syndrome. I said self-defense. These exhibits come in under
He said this is a different kitty.
arguing these. I've said nothing about battered spouse. I'm talking about self-defense.
I understand.
And prior difficulties, prior acts of violence is a standard instruction.
But the overt act requirement remains. I mean, we've reviewed Holland and read it multiple times.
In good faith, with discussions with my client, we believe there is going to be evidence of an overt act. And she was facing imminent threat, and she reacted based on that threat.
Understood. Your response to Exhibit B?
Look at B. Which one's B?
It's her on the back porch with the two dogs.
Judge, not only did he abuse, George Torres abused.
That's not the issue. The issue is that the state represented that it was not part of your exhibit list.
I believe it is a part of the exhibit list. We got this from the state. They sent over a bunch of pictures of flowers or paintings that they want to introduce, that they listed as exhibits. I thought for sure we put this on there, but the relevance of it is not only did he abuse Sarah Boone, George Torres, he abused the dogs. And he would threaten to abuse the dogs to control Sarah Boone.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
They're checking, Judge,
All right.
on whether they have all.
The court's prepared to rule at this point in time. Thank you both for your presentations and your argument. The court's had the opportunity to what was pre-marked as A through I inclusive. First, with regard to the portion of the 3.9 instruction, purposes of opening statement is to set the table of what the issues are, what the parties believe the facts and evidence will show. It is not a proper time to be discussing law or elements of law, and that is an element of law that will be instructed to the jury at the end of the case. So the court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons and prohibit you from using the portion of the 3.9 instruction in opening statement. You could talk about this is a job that you're going to have, but I'm not going to allow you to read portions of the instruction for those reasons at this time. With regard to what was pre-marked as A through I, the Holland case is clear. Before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. I understand your good faith belief. I take no position on whether or not you're going to make it or not. That's something that you're going to have to establish. But the concern is that the photographs, some of them are graphic in nature. The lacerations, the sutures, the bruising, facial wounds with bleeding may have such a impact such that the toothpaste cannot be placed back into the tube, assuming that overt act hurdle is not met. The court, again, takes no position on whether or not you're going to be able to meet it because I haven't heard the evidence and testimony. So court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons. You can talk about it. You can talk about it that she was a victim. You can talk about specific some incidences may have happened, but I'm not going to allow the photographs at this point in time for those reasons, for your utilization of them in opening statements. Any questions or clarifications with regards to the court's ruling? State.
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right. Are we prepared to bring in our jury at this time?
Got two other issues.
Oh my
They've been waiting
God.
for an hour and 20 minutes, Counselor.
We intend to play the
Wow.
2-minute suitcase video to the jury in opening statement.
Oh my God.
State.
What?
Again, I'm asking you to urge your discretion. They're going to hear it in the next 2 days of court. It's within your discretion whether we're going to start using exhibits during opening statement.
What's the other issue, sir?
I need to approach the bench.
Okay. With regard to the video,
What is going on?
I'm not going to allow proposed exhibits to be used in opening statements. It's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm not going to allow your photographs, not going to allow the state to do anything. You can orally talk about what you believe the evidence and testimony is going to show, but the actual evidence is going to have to be presented here through witnesses or through demonstration and publication after that evidence is admitted. Y'all can approach.
While we approach, can somebody? from
Yeah,
the
baby.
team start
Come here.
dismantling?
Please, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Sarah? Yeah, we're going to go practice here in a little bit, okay? I wanted to warm up a little bit. Okay, if you want to go in the cold, you have to dress appropriately. Okay. All right, guys, Sarah Boone tried to come out swinging here, wanting to play the 2-minute suitcase video in opening statements. I mean, I don't even know what's going on right now. I don't even know that answer. I cannot believe what we are hearing. We are an hour and 23 minutes into this opening statement day 1 of trial. The jury is just sitting in a room right now, just being like, what the heck is going on? Like, come on. There's only 6 jurors back there. They're all probably getting all chummy chum with each other. Like, hey, yeah, so what do you do for a living? Oh my God, do you guys have any kids? No, don't talk to me. I don't even want to know about you. I smell you. You smell good. What are you wearing? Oh yeah, I'm on those dating sites. I cannot get a date to save my life. Everyone swipes left. I need some swipe writers. But Sarah Boone coming out swinging, and then something is being said at the bench right now. They want to be off the record or off camera. I don't know. But right now, in the past hour and 24 minutes now, the jury is getting all cozied up. Okay. But yeah. You got any kids? What do you do for a living? What would you ask people if you have to just stare at each other and be like, oh, I like your outfit. All right. So where are we all from? Well, I'm not doxing myself to you. My name is Juror 52, man. Get off.
Any reason why we cannot bring in our jury at this time? State.
No, sir.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right, let's stand and bring in our panel.
Sarah Boone's jury is finally coming through the door. All rise. I think every time we should play the national anthem every time that somebody walks in. So instead, I'm going to play. There's got to be somebody that has a birthday, okay, in there. So let's see. I want to play.
Good morning, y'all may be seated.
Don't move my car, man. I'm right in the front, you dig? Don't move my shit, man.
Stage, you.
Oh, baby, what's your name? It's your birthday. Oh, your Thursday.
They're already approaching. Happy birthday, all of you people that have birthdays out there. Happy birthday. All right. Happy birthday. Anybody's had a birthday in the house? Cheers. Again, they already approached. We thought we were going to get something, but we got nada. We got all eyes on Sarah.
All right, members of our jury, good morning. I want to just confirm before we start this morning that you complied with the court's instructions last night to not have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved in this case. Then you have not conducted any independent investigation regarding those items. You just raise your hands to confer that you complied with the court's instructions. All right, the record will reflect that all jurors have raised their hands. Members of the jury, yesterday I told you that you may happen to see the lawyers in the courtroom or in the courthouse going about their affairs. And again, they're not trying to avoid you or speak to you because they're not allowed to. Did anyone happen to ride an elevator this morning with any of the attorneys, either for the state or for the defense? All right, juror in seat number 3 from my left, first row. Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Can you all approach for a moment?
You got to be kidding me right now. Why are the jurors riding the elevators
And
with the
juror
attorneys? I
in
can't
seat
even.
4, left to right, first row. Yes, sir. Who did you ride the elevator with? Do you recall who specifically, sir?
Oh my God.
Mr. Owens. Okay, thank you.
What is going on? You guys, I can't cover this case. This is just wild. I mean, breaking news. There is 6 jurors. 2 of them rode the elevators with the attorneys. We have 2 jurors who rode the elevator.
Well, thank you both for your honesty. I appreciate that. It's something we talked about earlier this week. That's the one thing that we required and asked of you, is just be open and honest. And I appreciate both of y'all's open and honesty. During the ride in the elevator, was there anything that you saw or observed that it would impacted you or influenced you in any way, to have any impact on you? Juror number 3, left to right, first row. Juror number 4, left to right, first row. Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay. Woo!
Members of the jury, we're going to proceed with opening statements this morning. Both the state and the defense will have the opportunity to present them. I ask that you listen closely to those statements that they're going to provide. But remember, these are not evidence. This is just the party's belief as to what the facts and the evidence will show in this case. After the conclusion of the opening statements, we'll begin with the state's case in chief through witnesses. With that, Mr. J, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you.
All right, state's opening case. Here we go, guys. Woo-wee.
Ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence in this case is going to show you is that this defendant zipped Jorge Torres shot in a suitcase. She was able to do this because at the time of his death, he only weighed 103 pounds. And she did this with the malicious intent to punish him. And then she went up to sleep and left him to take his final breaths on this earth alone. How many breaths those were, we don't know. The evidence is going to show that it was at least for about 15 minutes, because there's going to be 2 videos that the defendant herself took of this event. The evidence is going to show George Torres is dead because in this defendant's judgment, he deserved it. And out of a conscious disregard for whether he lived or died, you will see and hear these videos. What I expect you will hear from a video that began at 11:12 p.m., 45 seconds, on February 23rd, 2020, in Orange County, Florida, is a suitcase on the ground, face down, with the zippers facing the floor. You will hear Sarah, the defendant will say, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "Fuck you." And then the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Fuck you." And the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Stupid." Sarah, "That's my name. Don't wear it out." Sarah, "I can't fucking breathe, baby. Seriously." "Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me." Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. The defendant laughs again. Sarah, "I can't breathe, babe." She laughs again. "That's on you." Sarah, "I can't breathe." She laughs again. Unintelligible words. And I would submit the evidence is going to show, because of the intoxication from alcohol, is the next thing she says. Sarah, 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 "I can't breathe, baby. That's what I feel like when you cheat on me." Sarah, "Fuck you. I can't fucking breathe, Sarah. You should probably shut the fuck up." Sarah, "Shh," is the last thing you will hear the defendant say to Mr. Torres as he is face down, zipped shut in a suitcase. That, again, began at 11:12:45 and lasts just over 2 minutes. At 11:23 and 3 seconds p.m., there's a second 22-second video, and it's the defendant zooming in on the suitcase. And all you hear during this 22 seconds, after he's been in this suitcase since at least 11:12 p.m., is one more time, Sarah. How did we get to this point where 103-pound George Torres is put into this suitcase left to die? Well, the next morning, the defendant wakes up, late morning, perhaps early afternoon, somewhere in this time range, several hours later. And she goes downstairs, and she doesn't see George anywhere, Torres, and eventually realizes, oh my God.
The only thing that's mic'd up is the podium, and he's walked away from it.
You will hear a description by the defendant saying, took his little legs out. At some point, she makes that statement and tries to resuscitate him. Hears gurgling as she presses down on his 103-pound chest, forcing whatever air was trapped in there out of the gurgling. Then the next thing she does is she doesn't call 911. She calls Brian Boone. Brian Boone. Brian Boone is her ex-husband. They share a child in common. And this date, February 24th, 2020, is a Monday. A normal work day for most people. School day for their child that they share in common. But after they got divorced, the arrangement was every other weekend, they'll co-parent. And that weekend included Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's got 3 scheduled. And then Monday through Tuesdays, their child would be her responsibility. And Wednesdays and Thursdays, their child would be Mr. Brian Boone's responsibility. So February 23rd, 2020 was a Sunday. And now we've led into Monday, 2021. Mr. Boone had been trying actually to contact the defendant several times that morning because he just wanted to confirm she was going to get their child after school every day. And there had been a history of reliability issues on that issue on her part. So you will see in the phone record, he calls her, calls her, calls her. Then she finally calls him back instead of calling 911. And being the nice co-parent that he is, he comes over. It's a short drive, about 10 minutes. And as she's explaining to him what the heck is going on, he peeks in through the front door of her townhouse, which allows you a view all the way to the back sliding glass door. You're going to see that her kitchen is off to the right. There's a doorway that you can see all the way through. And on the back side of the kitchen in the breakfast room area, there's tables and stuff. There's also some blue legs sticking out in view. Brian Boone says, check, please. You need to call 911. He doesn't set foot into that townhouse. He does wait outside, though, being the good co-parent that he has been. So now, after having first called her ex-husband, after having first waited for Brian Boone to come over, the defendant makes the 911 call. What you will not hear are tears. You will not hear sorrow. You will hear a certain level of concern. My boyfriend and I were playing last night. Put him in a suitcase, and we were playing hide and seek kind of thing. I fell asleep. Found him dead in the suitcase this morning. I don't know what happened. He had blood coming out of his mouth. Don't know if it was an aneurysm. Pulled him out of the suitcase, tried to give him CPR. He was in the suitcase and I fell asleep. He's not awake, he's purple, he's not breathing. There's some instructions about how to do CPR given to her, asking about whether an AED is available to shock his heart. It's too late. He's cold, he's stiff, he's purple. We were playing hide and seek. We were playing hide and seek. This is horrible. This is horrific what happened. Like, what happened? We were playing hide and seek last night and I fell asleep. So she mentions that there was blood coming out of his mouth. And his body, like all bodies in suspicious deaths, was taken to the 9th District Medical Examiner's office in autopsy. What the doctor found was what you would expect after being left in the suitcase, crumpled up in the fetal position. He passed from positional asphyxiation, meaning like you're not going to get full breaths when you're crumpled up like an accordion, and environmental suffocation. You don't have to have a plastic bag over your head, tape shut with a full roll of duct tape to seal it off 100% and be worthy of the vacuum of space to environmentally suffocate. It's close enough if you can't get the oxygen and the CO2 coming in and out of your environment. But she also did notice, yeah, he suffered from blunt force trauma on his torso, in his face, his mouth. She'll use words like contusion. Will help her explain confusions and bruises. She'll use words like hematomas. Will help her understand for you all that that means bleeding under the skin and blood, what you expect from a bruise. That's why they're running blue. But he had all this additional trauma. He had trauma on his fingers as well. So now, the sheriff's office, Orange County Fire Rescue show up, and the defendant interacts with the first patrol officer. You will see and hear that body-worn camera. It's more of the same as what we heard on the 911 call. Hide and seek. It was good. I fell asleep. few hours later, the detectives from the homicide unit at the Orange County Sheriff's Office approach her and are ready to interview her after doing some initial things, which includes grabbing her cell phone off of a counter that was found at a suitcase by Mr. Torres, and giving it to one of their digital forensic examiners, who we'll hear from later in the trial. But it's time to give a first interview with the defendant. So they do a first interview with the defendant in one of their unmarked detective patrol cars there on the scene. And the basics of this remain the same, but there's a little more elaboration, as you would expect from trained detectives versus getting the 911 call taken. But the basics of what the defendant tells them is we had wine, we painted, we drew, we did puzzles. The particular wine we had was a Chardonnay from the Woodbridge winery. The bottles, plural, are in the trash. We started about 4 p.m. after Mr. Torres went to the store. Puzzles, art, listening to music, enjoying each other's company. We were literally just enjoying one another's company. The other bottle of wine that was left over from Boone wasn't even half full. So the description she is saying is 1 bottle of wine and plus a fraction of a bottle of wine left over from the night before. Ladies and gentlemen, not all bottles of wine are made the same. Many of us may envision what you would expect at a restaurant. Those are 750 milliliters of that. Bottles of wine that were recovered from the defendant's trash can were 1.5 liters. So the equivalent of 2 standard bottles of wine. A 1.5 liter bottle of wine is 50 ounces. Given that a standard serving of wine is 5 ounces, you can begin to do the math. And there's receipts. The day before, Saturday, February 22nd, 2020, there is a receipt from Publix for a bottle of Woodbridge wine for $9.74. And then Sunday at 12:17 p.m., there is another receipt for $9.74 for a Woodbridge Chardonnay bottle of wine. And then at about 5:30 in the afternoon on February 23rd, again, there is another receipt for the same bottle of wine for the same price. And those 2 bottles of wine were recovered. They're going to be produced to you in evidence, and you will see that they are, in fact, Magnum bottles of wine. So that's the context that we're dealing with when we hear things like, we only had 1 bottle of wine and we finished what was left in the bottle of wine from before. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's 2 1.5 liters that apparently were consumed by a 103-pound man and the defendant, who is in the same weight class. Plus, if you believe that the defendant and the decedent would leave leftover wine from any given day, any additional wine that was remaining from the 1.5 liters from Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a lot of wine. So in that context, we were just having wine, enjoying each other's company. At one point, we play hide and seek. She says she didn't zip it up all the way. There was enough room, in her words again, there was enough room for his little fingers to get out. We were still having a good time and whatever. And basically, Mr. Torres is stressing out about jobs, his ex-wife, about money. And so they're just doing puzzles and doing things to keep his mind off of it. Doing art, playing with the dogs, dancing with the dogs, playing hide and seek. We were always trying to outdo each other where we could find each other the best. When they started playing hide and seek, she went up to the shower and then got tired of hanging out in the shower and came down, and that's when she found him playing around in the suitcase. We both thought it was funny. I'm going to zip you up. 2 little fingers could stick out. And she went upstairs thinking, he'll get out, we're going to have sex and go to sleep and call it a day. It was a good day. She insists that they had wine, but were not drunk. You will be able to assess that for yourselves when you hear the recording she made. No ill will between us last night. Last argument, maybe last week. Don't really argue. We came home, drink, smoke, did art, listen to music, play with the dogs. We drink what we can afford. We used to be able to afford liquor, but now we can only afford wine. And that's how that day ends with the police. She goes and sleeps and stays at her ex-husband's house the night of February 24th. What they are doing, and by they I mean the Orange County Sheriff's Office in part, is going through her phone. That's when they discovered the two videos that I just described for you. And there's other things in the phone, which I will discuss with you in a little bit. But she's summoned in for another interview, and she sits down and gives another interview on February 25th, now Tuesday. She does describe past instances of violence. You're going to hear about that. She's going to say, Mr. Torres had hit her with a curtain rod about a month ago. Since then, though, like, we've been good. I've been good. She describes that he comes at her all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or I try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talk to Brian, her husband, about any of that, but most of the time I flee and I go over there. There's a discussion about why she stays with him, and you'll hear that for yourself. She will say that she doesn't really want to drink. She just takes an occasional drink. She drinks to placate him, Mr. Torres. She says that you're going to see phone videos of Mr. Torres smashing her TV in the past, like a month earlier. You may see that too. But she doesn't get drunk. When she drinks, she likes being non-compos mentis, her words, not mine, having her wits about herself. Then she gets to the hide and seek again and describes that they've played it 3 times before, but had never zipped one another shut in it before. And they were really just running out of places to hide because it's just a townhome. She does not remember, according to her, she does not remember taking any photos or videos of the night's events. At this point, they ask her, well, would you like to see it? And she says, I can't watch this. I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was. Guys, this is killing me right now. That's why I flipped it over between the 2 videos. I didn't do anything intentional. Discussion over whether he had enough room to get any of his fingers out from the zipper. My intention was not to leave him there. We both got in there. Both of us were in there. When she went upstairs, my plan was not to, quote, he'll be up here any minute. My plan wasn't to leave him in the suitcase. Why is all this going on? It's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought he was okay. Guys, that's how we were with each other. Nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before. Though she described it happening before. I'll never drink alcohol again. She insists that she has no injuries on her. And you don't have to take her word for it because they took photographs of her and there were no injuries on her. She insists over and over that there was no violence that day. It's like, okay, we're in a good place right now. Ask her about saying fuck you to Mr. Torres. Well, that's just being playful and having a good day. Everybody's having a good day. I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. Her words. What else is found on her phone? There's a conversation between Mr. Torres's brother, And again, nobody knows who's using these phones at the time text messages are sent in these records that you're going to see. But it's indicated that there's a communication between one of the decedent's brothers and the owner of the phone that was taken that belongs to Ms. Boone. The text from the brother is, "Yo, my daughter told me what you did, Sarah. I don't want you around any of my daughters or nieces, nephews." And that's Christmas 2019, just under 2 months before this event. She replies, or the person using her device at this time, "Ugh, your quote unquote dad hit me in the face." The next text is, "Hide and seek, I shall." January 13th, there's another heated discussion. She describes it on January 13th in a text to Mo, the brother again. "It's a Torres thing. Boo." Sends a picture. "Keep the fugly creep out too. It's still fugly. Lose." The brother responds, "Please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you." The defendant's response, "And bless you and all of you too. I'll get," in all capitals, "rid of him. Then it'll be," in all capitals, "better. Ugh, Torres," referring to Mr. Torres, getting rid of. And that's the case. That's what the evidence is going to show. But we, the state of Florida, and the members of the jury in our journey through this case, we're all going to come up to a door that says, "Danger, keep out, stay away, by court order." And that door says, "The defendant's history with the victim. It is a door we shall not enter without permission and invitation. Halloween in like 13 days. Part of the vampire lore is vampires can't come get you in your own house." Well, I participate during this trial. We're going to be invited in to the defendant's past relationship for the previous couple of years with Mr. Torres. And as we come inside this room, at her beckoning, we are going to have things pointed out that she would like us to focus on. And you're going to hear the first night the defendant met the decedent, Mr. Torres, he smashes her phone, punches her. It's the first time in her life she'd ever been punched, I expect the testimony to be. And he made her curl up in a fetal position on her own porch for 4 hours, and she was only able to escape this situation when he fell asleep. I expect that you're going to hear that Mr. Torres is an alcoholic. I expect you may hear his high score on his blood alcohol level was a 342 once when he got treated at the hospital. This is a man who has serious alcohol problems, and I expect you're going to hear about that. Despite that first date, and this is going to tie into some other things that I expect could possibly come in. Despite that first date, despite at that point in time of this first date not having a relationship, emotional ties, and the things that come along with a relationship that make it harder to break off a relationship, it's one thing to have a bad first date. It's another thing to end a 25-year marriage. Despite that first date, there's a second and a third. Now, these days are at bars, and there's nothing wrong with that. And it just typically ends up, she's going to tell you, I suspect, or you're going to hear that she said, one way or another, it's one thing or the other. Like I ask a dude for a cigarette, Mr. Torres flips out, and I'm going to pay the price. Just things like that. You're going to hear and potentially see, yes, there were injuries that the defendant is going to attribute to the victim causing her. Black eyes, cuts in the face, perhaps from the curtain rod incident that was mentioned in the police interview, happened about a month ago. Bloody ear, a stab wound in the leg, which is perhaps described as sword fighting, playing around in that court. But nonetheless, I suspect you're going to hear and see a lot about their past history. And at the end, if this occurs, if this comes in, the state is going to have the opportunity to take lead of the tour in this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past history. And I'm not going to go into that now. If this all comes to fruit, the blooms on the tree during the trial, we'll discuss it at the end where it's more appropriate. But I'm asking you to not rush to judgment until you hear all of the evidence in the case. And then apply whether or not these past instances have anything to do with what happened on February 23rd. Now, like a home inspector, there are experts to come in and kind of help walk everybody through this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past relationship. I suspect there's a chance we may hear from some experts, psychologists and psychiatrists, about battered spouse syndrome. The state is not challenging in any way that battered spouse syndrome exists. It's well recognized, the experts will tell you all about it. Not disputing that at all. But there's some things that we would hope that you pay attention to during all the testimony, if there is any, about this subject matter. One is that it's not actually a recognized diagnosis in the Bible that they use in mental health called DSM-5-ER. Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5, and I think it's text revision, something like that. What it is, and what they describe it as, is kind of a component of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. But because it's not actually in the book, it's like a recipe book. It's like our statute books for lawyers. You go into this book and say you have a particular disorder or diagnosis. It'll say, well, all of us agree that it needs these three elements, like elements of crime. Some of these elements have to be prevalent for a certain amount of time, so on and so forth. You imagine it's a cookbook. Gives you the recipe for a diagnosis. But because it's not in the cookbook, you may get some disagreement about what it means between the experts. It's kind of like grandma's recipe handed down from generation to generation without being right. But what I expect you'll hear is, it's important for people who don't have experience in certain abusive relationships that are violent to understand the control that can be exerted over an intimate partner by the other one, isolation, psychological violence, emotional violence, physical violence, sexual violence, which I suspect will be described for you as well by the defendant, perpetrated on her by the decedent. You will hear about all this. And what it ties into at the end of the day, after we talked about this during jury selection, is if there is a self-defense instruction read to you, this is to help you understand what an objective and reasonable person in the circumstances would do. Because years ago, we've gotten better as a society. But years ago, when this is first being researched, the question would be, well, why don't you leave? And battered spouse syndrome and the testimony from these experts help explain those things to people. Well, it's not that easy. You got to look at what's going on in the relationship, isolation, control, so on and so forth. And that explains why you wouldn't leave. Well, now, but turning to the facts of our case, what you're going to decide the facts are is ordinary, objective, reasonable person in those circumstances taking those actions if you get a self-defense instruction. That's what it's used for. It's not used for explaining the subjective beliefs that one holds. What you will also hear about these things is, just like any other doctor or any expert, like a home inspector. If a home inspector's report was based solely on the person who's trying to sell the house, what they say about the house, great shape. I rewired the entire thing. Brand new JVC pipes. This sucker's good to go. I agree with this. You're not going to take that home inspector's report unless they lift the hood, kick the tires, do all the things that the box on here, Carfax does. You want an expert to get reliable information. The expert's opinion is only as good as the information that he or she relies on. They will say, yeah, you gotta take into account the credibility of the person who's giving you the story. Even if it's the patient, the client that is saying all these things happen to her. You gotta find proper information. You gotta check reliability. Particularly in circumstances that we discussed. So, another thing that they're going to tell you is just because there's a bunch of violent nonsense going on between two intimate partners doesn't mean that spouse syndrome applies. Some people can go home and fight like cats and dogs. And that's just their day, and they get over it. They live their life to fight another day. Their cycle just spins like that.
Thank you there, Yuri's math teacher. Appreciate that.
About those things.
Mom?
Yeah, baby.
If this testimony comes in, I expect that Dr. Parker will say that it applies to the school. But we'll talk to her about what she relied upon to make that conclusion. We'll talk to her about some other things and take that journey together to get there. But at the end of the day, after you hear all of the evidence in this case, particularly straight from the horse's mouth, the video, where you don't have to rely upon the credibility of anything other than your own two eyes, your own two ears, the state submits that you're going to return a guilty verdict for second-degree murder. What the evidence is going to show is that the defendant killed Mr. Torres because she decided he deserved it. Not because the evidence will show an objective, reasonable person in her circumstances needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. J. Any opening remarks by the defense?
Judge, can we invoke the rule that has been?
I've already advised the witnesses.
Okay, the rule of sequestration will be invoked. Thank you.
All right, here we go with the defense opening.
You may proceed, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Appreciate y'all being here. I was introduced before. My name is James Owens, and I represent Sarah Boone, along with Tony Henderson and Kevin Bell. Now, this is going to be a several-day trial. Obviously, today, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're not sure, but trying to make arrangements for witnesses to fly in, expert witnesses and whatnot, and we'll know more probably end of the day when we Monday, so we can plan. But I know your focus is on this case because you took an oath to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no higher call than to right or wrong. No higher call than to right or wrong. And we're going to ask you again to write this wrong. And find Sarah Boone not guilty because she was justified in the force that she used to defend herself. If that force was reasonable under the circumstances that existed between Sarah Boone and George Torres. Sarah Boone and George Torres were down and out, as you can be. Their life centered around alcohol. Both of them suffered from, used to be called alcoholism, now it's called alcohol abuse syndrome. And so day to day, they struggle with the use of alcohol. You can imagine that. It affected their jobs. It affected keeping employment. It affected even getting a job. As codependent as you can be towards each other. And you're going to learn with all that was domestic violence. And that George Torres physically abused Sarah Boone. And she suffered from the effects, the psychological effects that one suffers from repeat violence from an intimate partner. They were together over 3 years, and there were several prior incidences of violence. We've got the photographs. There were incidences where police were called who took photographs. So you're going to be able to see the evidence. And we believe the court will instruct you at the end when you're considering self-defense, which we call justifiable use of non-deadly force or justifiable use of deadly force, that you can consider the prior acts, the history of violence, the prior difficulties that the parties had, and considering her set of circumstances that she was faced with in making the decision to use reasonable force under the circumstances. And the most important thing I can tell you here today is keep an open mind. There's two sides to every story. You're going to hear the state's side, them attempting to paint her a certain way, as they've done here today in opening statement. And then you're going to hear another side. And you're going to have to weigh that, all the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses, the photographs, the videotapes, and come to a conclusion. Now let's talk about this day, February 23rd of 2020, the date of this event. This case has been pending for some time. Here we are, October of 2024. I think the evidence is going to show that they had purchased some wine the day before, but they hadn't finished all of that. So it was in the refrigerator. Many times that's how they start their day. At some point, you're going to see a video from Publix, from where they live. I believe it's Winter Park. But Publix was not too far from their apartment complex. And they took their car, they drove over there. So you're going to see a videotape from Publix of them both going in the store about noon, and they come out with one of those larger bottles of the wine. And then, of course, there's a receipt, and the bottles are in the garbage can. Of course, there obviously is an attraction between the two. And as everybody knows, couples can have great times where things click, everybody gets along, and then we can have episodes of disagreement. And how are those resolved? Really, that's what this is about. How are disagreements resolved? But George was very jealous of Sarah. And you're going to hear the testimony about that. And that he cannot, in certain situations, he can be very charming. But when his level of intoxication gets to a certain level, is when he gets sad, moody, and a lot of times eventually it involved forcible sex with Sarah Boone or actual physical violence against her. They bought the wine. It's a simple life. They don't have much money, but they both like art. They did that for a while. They both like puzzles. They did that for a while. Well, about 5 or so, the wine bottle was gone. And George had said, I want to go get some cigarettes. So there's a convenience store right close by their apartment complex. And Sarah thought he was just going to walk over there and get cigarettes and come back. But no, what he did was he got her keys, he got her debit card, and he went over to the Publix and he got another bottle. I think that was about 5:30, something like that. And again, there'll be the Publix video showing him going in, going out, and there'll be a receipt for the purchase of that bottle, and then they'll keep that bottle. Will be in the garbage can along with the other bottle. Well, when he comes in with the second bottle, Sarah knows this is not good. She knows this means he's going to get to another level of intoxication. So Sarah's concerned. So she attempts to placate him, keep him busy, keep him in a good mood. They drink that bottle, or she drinks as well. And at some point, they're intoxicated at a high level. As some people do when they're drunk, they get silly. And they decide to play a game of hide and seek. She goes upstairs, their bedroom's upstairs, to the shower and waits for a period of time. And he doesn't come to her. At some point, she gets cold, she gets tired. She wants to go see, well, maybe we got it mixed up. Where is he? So she goes downstairs, and they had gotten a suitcase down a week or so ago. It's an old suitcase that they were going to donate to Helping Hands or Goodwill or somebody, and they were putting some items in there. And it's a broken down suitcase. It's a large suitcase. They both weigh about 100 pounds. And they don't eat good. Malnourished to a large degree. But the pull handle is broken off. And they've attached a little paper clip that's got the rubber around it. And that's how they hold it back and forth. Well, she comes down the steps. She sees him getting in and settling in the suitcase. So she walks over there, and they see each other. They smile and laugh, and she zips him up. And she zips him up, and they laugh for a while. And they carry on. She sits on the couch. And at some point, he says, I can't breathe. Now, his face is facing the zipper, and she's got 2 or 3 inches that she's opened it. And she doesn't know. They're intoxicated. She doesn't know whether he's just saying that to try to get her to get him out or what. But he's a captive audience. Physically, they're the same size, but he's much stronger than her. If they got in a fist fight, he would win 100 times out of 100. But she's got him now. He claims he can't get up. He has to sit and listen. It's a unique form of physical restraint. And so she lets him have it. Says things she shouldn't say. You'll see the video. It's about 2 minutes long. She videotapes it. She sits on the couch and turns her phone on and videotapes it for about 2 minutes. There's another video that's approximately 11 minutes later. The first video, George's, the suitcase is flipped upside down. The zippers on the bottom. 11 minutes later, Sarah has flipped it right side up. Again, open for him to get out. And it's only 22 seconds. And you hear George say, Sarah. And that's it. Now, the key to the case is that 11 minutes. And what happened during that 11 minutes. Okay? That is the key to this case. Sarah Boone will take the stand. She will explain what happened. She will explain why it happened. The evidence will show that she was justified in the action she took to prevent an attack from George Torres, which the law acknowledges that every one of us has a right to invoke, the right of self-defense. You're going to hear from the medical examiner. She is going to tell you about some bruising on George Torres. Of course, he was in the suitcase a while, deceased, we believe. And that changes things a little bit, as the medical examiner will explain, but there's some bruising. Sarah's going to explain that to you, why that happened, what were the circumstances surrounding that, involving the bat. Her son comes and stays with him from time to time. He has his own room. He has several of his things there, and there's a bat downstairs. The same bat that George Torres used, and there's a video where George is threatening Sarah. And he's swinging the bat at the TV about as hard as he can. And he does it about 6 or 7 times. You'll see it. Sarah's recording it. And it's during an argument. And he's trying to intimidate. Sarah loved you. You know, you're going to hear why women don't leave. Why women don't leave. And you're going to hear about Sarah Boone and her struggles, her mental health struggles. Sarah had no intent to kill him. The prosecutor mentioned she wanted him to die. Farthest from the truth. She loved her man. She hated the abuse. She couldn't leave him. She tried. She tried kicking him out 6 or 7 times. He kept coming back. She changed the locks. He kept coming back. She didn't have the family. She didn't have the support. She was weak. Vulnerable. You're going to hear it all. You've got to take that all into account to try to understand what happened and the circumstances surrounding this tumultuous relationship. Now, you're going to find that Sarah's not perfect. And, you know, she goes, as many of us do when we drink too much, you sleep in. She slept in. 11, 12, 1, somewhere around there. She moseys downstairs looking for George. She thought he was on the computer looking for a job. She looked outside, maybe he's out smoking a cigarette, and she sees the suitcase. She unzips it. She gets him out. He's purple. She tries her best to do some CPR. She freaks out. The only family she's got is her ex-husband, really. She relies on him. As the prosecutor said, a lot of times she'll flee to her ex-husband's house, where her son is at, Lucas. It's the only thing she knows to do. She was kind of a sheltered daughter when she was younger. She's smart.
What up, Goose?
She's not worldly. She calls Brian. What do I do? He said, I'm coming over. Please come over. He's about 5 minutes away. And she calls him again within a couple of minutes. Yeah, I'm on the way. He gets there. He walks in the foyer and sees his legs. He said, call 911. She calls 911 within a minute or two. Detective Rodriguez arrives. You know, they got the body cam now, so it's recorded. So you're going to hear Sarah talking. But Sarah's freaking out. Sarah's thinking, and I'm somehow responsible. Eventually, she gives a statement to law enforcement. She gives one to Detective or Deputy Rodriguez. Of course, she's not the homicide investigator. She's just responding. She's the first responder. And, you know, they know what to do. They try to assess the situation. They start putting the tape out. And then they call for the homicide investigators to come, which takes a little time. So she gets a statement from Sarah. Eventually, the homicide detectives get a statement from Sarah and one of the unmarked squad cars. And it's recorded. They hear that. And then the next day, they take Sarah's phone. Sarah gives them the phone, signs the consent to take the phone, take it to, they have a phone extraction people at the sheriff's department where they can take it and take out all the data, all your phone calls, text messages, photographs, videos, all that. And they find these two videos. Sarah's not aware. She doesn't remember making the video, if you can imagine. She gives them the phone. Well, she makes no attempts to do anything other than, here's the phone. So they tell her, you're going to get your phone back tomorrow. We'll bring it back to you tomorrow. Well, they end up having a conversation with the female detective, homicide detective, Hobson is her name, Chelsea Hobson. And they end up, Deputy Hobson was pregnant, or Detective Hobson was pregnant. Said, end up, hey, we're not going to bring your phone. I'm not feeling good. Pregnant. Can you come to the sheriff's department? Which Sarah Boone was to tell you that was what I was going. That's what they told me I was going to the sheriff's department for. Well, instead it was an interrogation, and they were going to arrest me. They made their mind up already. And they were going to confront her and try to get her to confess based on the 2 videotapes. And so there's approximately a 2-hour interrogation that was on the 25th in the afternoon. When she got there to get her phone, they said, well, we got to come up here. We need to talk. And they got her in the room. It's a small room, but it's being videotaped and audio taped. And it goes on for about 2 hours of them trying to get a confession to murder. And it doesn't happen. But Sarah lies. She's scared. She can tell they're trying to pin her on this, that this was some kind of intentional act, and it was not. So she lies. She's not a lawyer. She doesn't know about self-defense. She doesn't understand she has a lawful right to defend herself. She doesn't understand that she's justified in using the force that she used. She doesn't. I wasn't there to advise her. No lawyer was there. So she lied. And you're going to hear that. So you're going to have to balance that versus her taking a stand and testifying before you. And we simply ask that you look for the evidence of cooperation of her testimony. It's going to be
What the?
probably not.
I was expecting it.
The judges will
She's
tell you
horseshit.
an instruction on evaluating a witness's credibility. And they'll talk about corroborative evidence, other evidence that's consistent with the testimony that Sarah Boone will give you.
She is setting more precedent than I've ever seen in my
You
life.
have to weigh that in her testimony. Now, self-defense, we talked about it in jury selection, usually a gun, some deadly weapon. The suitcase in this case was a physical restraint or a blocking of an attack, but it was unconventional. Self-defense nonetheless. Now, as I said, the struggles that occurred, many of them involved the police. So you're going to actually hear from some of the police officers. Maybe some body cam footage. You're going to see some photographs that they took of the injuries to Sarah Boone. And some of the videos you may see of her in a very happy, joyful type of thing. Well, number one, she's intoxicated. Number two, she's safe. Police are there. So her attitude is not one of distress.
Breaking news out of Delphi, Indiana. Judge Gall has ruled that the sketches are inadmissible and cannot be used at trial. Back to our feature.
We're here today, full packed courtroom. Judge Graham's here, but you're the most important people. Because you've got to decide this case honestly, fairly, and according to the law. And we talked about the two biggest principles from the Constitution that apply. In this case, and in every case in which a citizen like Sarah Boone is brought into a courtroom and accused of a crime. The first is, you as a juror must presume or believe that Sarah is innocent. And that belief stays with you throughout the entire trial. Because of that, she doesn't have to prove anything. That's why the state went first in jury selection. That's why the state went first today. That's why the state will go first putting on their case. They have the burden of proof, and it's the highest burden we recognize in any type of litigation in this country. Proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. You are going to have doubts about this case. But the most important thing is not to rush to judgment, to keep an open mind and understand there's two sides to this case. There's their side and there's our side. So you can't form any fixed opinions early on. That's hard to do, as Mr. Henderson said in opening or in jury selection. That's extremely hard to do. Now you're going to have some testimony. There's been mention of experts. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. Victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not. After hearing both sides of this case, we're confident you're going to have a reasonable doubt. And we're going to ask you to follow the law and do justice in this case. And find Sarah Boone not guilty, because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, she's going to have a
Parties first for a moment.
chance. She's going to have a chance. I think Sarah Boone is going to have a chance. I mean, I think that her lawyer is better than the state with that opening. I mean, I don't think that she meant to kill him at all. So for me, it's going to be like, do I think it was self-defense, or do I think that, I mean, or is it manslaughter? Yeah. I got to hear more about the get rid of him and hide and seek text with, yeah. I was also thinking at the end, though, I don't know. I mean, how did he get in there? If you came back and said, yeah, in his blood, he had freaking whatever, like, did he pass out and she put him in there while he was passed out? If you told me that there was drugs in his system or he was drugged, I mean, yeah, guilty. I mean, for everything. But so she has to prove that she's not guilty. I don't think that she has to prove that she is not guilty. I think that they're going to have to prove that it was, when you take the stand that it was self-defense, then you're putting she has to prove self-defense. Okay. So it depends on what type of you're going with.
State, you may call your first witness.
So in
Juan Torres.
this situation, she's saying self-defense. So I think that you're going to have to prove self-defense. So it's always depending on what type of defense you're going with. Involuntary manslaughter is the most for me. So there we go. So the state's first witness is family member. I think this is his brother.
Sir, good morning. You could be seated. And once seated, if you'd state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Juan Torres, Junkantorres.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire, Mr. Cacciatore.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell us how it is that you know George Torres?
He's my older brother.
And how many siblings do you have?
Six or seven.
And how long has your family resided here in the Central Florida area?
20 plus years.
And before residing in the Central Florida area, were you guys in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. And Massachusetts.
Your brother, how often, your brother George, that is, how often would you talk with him?
Often we talk, say, on a weekly basis.
And how far away did you live from George?
About 5-10 minutes, very close.
Would you see him pretty often?
I would try not to go there too much.
Who was George living with at the time that he passed away?
Sarah.
Breaking news.
And without getting
Breaking news out of the Delphi case. Delphi, Russ McQuaid said, started 11 minutes late. Gull said she confiscated 4 cameras, had the memory card erased. Those 4 are now banned from the trial. Hell yeah, that helps me get in. Woo! Ban them bitches. Ban them bitches. Woo! Among them, a wire service and network photograph. Boom! Back to your scheduled program.
to talk to your brother on that day.
Yes, sir.
And when you spoke with your brother on that day, did you FaceTime with him or did you speak with him over the phone?
We talked on the phone.
Was that phone to your ear or was that phone?
It was on speaker.
And who was present?
My wife and my 2 kids.
And without telling us anything that George may have said to you, can you tell us what the topic of that conversation was?
We were just talking like we normally did. He just calling me to check on me, basically.
Now, in the background of that conversation on the evening of February 23rd, 2020, what did you hear?
Sarah's in the background yelling.
And you recognized her voice?
Yes, sir.
What was she yelling about?
Something about choking or how he choked her. I really don't. That was it.
About how long was this conversation that you had?
Maybe 10 minutes, I think it was.
How did the conversation end?
Because she was yelling in the background, so that was it. We just talked.
Did she sound upset?
She sounded upset.
Did you talk to your brother after that conversation?
No, that was the last conversation I had.
Have you ever spoken to Sarah since that conversation?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
In the beginning, when you started, it was hard for me to hear, but I know you were talking about other siblings, other family members that you had here. Could you repeat that for me, please?
Here in Orlando, I have 1 sister and 3 brothers.
Sister and 3 brothers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did your brother George Torres, did he ever stay with you at any time?
No.
Would he ever live with you or any of, not you, but any of your other siblings?
No.
All right, sir. Let's go back to this phone call that you were talking about that was on February 23rd of 2020. And that phone call was approximately 7:30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who called who?
He called me.
And then y'all were talking. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when he called you, did you notice anything about his speech or his voice?
No, he was fine.
Sounded normal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he wasn't slurring his words or anything like that?
No.
By the way he talked or what he talked to you about, could you tell at that time if he had been consuming alcohol?
No, because I knew when he would drink.
Okay. So in your opinion at that time, based on what you heard and what he was talking about, you do not believe he had been drinking alcohol?
No.
Now, you said you heard Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? How did you know it was Sarah?
I could tell in her voice.
You recognized her voice. So you could hear her. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've heard Sarah speak before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've heard her speak on the phone before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that Sarah was yelling. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And she was yelling about, he's choking me. Or tell him about choking me.
Yes.
Okay. During that conversation, and you heard her say that, did you ask your brother, what is she talking about?
No, I did not.
Did that statement at that time, did that statement surprise you?
Not really.
You've heard it before?
No.
Based on Sarah's voice that you've heard, was it any indication to you that she had been drinking?
No.
No?
So this guy doesn't think anybody was drinking?
Sir, at some point, your brother said he had to go. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he hang up on the conversation?
Yes.
And did he say bye and you say bye?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have, if I can confirm.
You may, sir.
Sir, other than siblings, your mother and father, do they live in this area?
Yes.
Were there times that George would stay with them?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Spence?
this is wild.
Actually, we'll keep him subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
All right, sir. You're released subject to recall by either party. Thank you.
Okay. Wow. So it's not surprising to him that his brother was choking her?
Like, we call Devin Jamro.
What is going on? This is why I'm going to the trial on Friday in Florida. I'll be in Florida when she takes the stand. If everything goes according to plan. I'll be in Delphi. I'll be in Florida. I got to get my tan on. All right, guys, I'll be in and out of chat here. So find me in chat here. I'll also be the goalie. Gonna go get some kicks in with my son. So this is wild.
Sir, good morning. You could take a seat and please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Devin Jamro. That's DEVINJAMRO.
Thank you. You may inquire, sir.
Sir, who do you work for?
I work for Public Supermarkets.
And what is your position with Public Supermarkets?
I am the assistant store manager.
And at what location?
Currently the Castleberry location.
Were you at the location on Goldenrod and University Boulevard back in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been previously marked for identification as States D and been shown to defense?
D is in Delta?
D is in Delta.
Yes, you may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States D. Could you use these scissors and open this and look at the contents of this package to yourself?
Sure.
Sir, do you recognize those items?
I do. Yes.
And tell us, what are these items?
These are Publix receipts.
Are these receipts evidence of transactions at Publix? Are they made at or near the time of each transaction?
They are absolutely made at the time of the transaction.
And is it in the normal course of business that Publix keeps these receipts?
Yes.
And these fairly and accurately appear to be the receipts from your Publix store?
Yep.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States D into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection?
What was pre-marked as States D will be received into evidence without objection as States 1.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been previously marked for identification as States J and shown to defense?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States J. Can you take a look at that disc?
Yes,
Do you see your initials on that disc?
I do.
Did you have an opportunity to look at that disc prior to coming to court this morning?
I did. Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
This is CCTV footage burned from the camera system at the location.
And at Publix, is it the regular practice of Publix to utilize surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And in the normal course of business, are the videos from those surveillance cameras kept?
Yes.
And are these the cameras taken from February 23rd, 2020? And I believe there's 2 video clips included, one at 12:17 PM and another at approximately 5:39 PM.
Yes.
And they fairly and accurately represent the surveillance video that was submitted from Publix to law enforcement in this case.
They do. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification, the state's J, into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as states J will be received into evidence without objection as states 2.
And I have no further questions for this witness.
Any cross-examination? Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're released.
Thank you.
Have a great day. State, you may call your next witness.
State would call Joan Williams.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Okay, Joan, Joan Williams, Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselor, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what it is that you do for a living?
I'm a 911 call taker at Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you held that position?
24 years.
And tell us, what are your duties as a 911 call taker?
I answer phones for an emergency, non-emergency, medical, which I transfer to the medical side of the business.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to record 911 calls?
All lines are recorded.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to keep records of each of those 911 calls?
Yes.
And those records are made at or near the time of each call, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been previously marked for identification as states L and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification as states L. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes. My initials.
Did you have an opportunity to review this disc prior to coming to court this morning?
Yes.
And those are your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does this disc, does it fairly and accurately represent the 911 call that you took in this case on February 24th, 2020 at 12:59 hours?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states L into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
It was pre-marked as states L will be received with no objection as states 3.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Can the parties approach momentarily? State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Vincent Battaglia.
Raise your right hand and be sworn. Please be swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Sir, you may be seated. After you're seated, if you can state and spell your name for the record for us.
Vincent Battaglia, Vincent Battaglia.
Thank you. Sir, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you tell us what it is you do for a living?
Right now I work for an auto parts company,
And where do you live?
New Jersey.
Back on February of 2020, where were you living at that time?
I was living at the Tealwood Apartments in Winter Park, Florida.
And what were you doing at that time when you were living at Tealwood?
I was enrolled in Full Sail University. I was in school.
When you were living at Tealwood, did you have any roommates?
Yeah, I had one roommate, Brandon. Yeah, that was it. Them.
That's Brandon Motes?
Yes.
Did you have neighbors?
Yeah.
Were you neighbors with Sarah Boone and George Torres?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you neighbors with them?
About a year, a little over a year. I moved there in January 2019.
And during the course of that year that you were neighbors with them, did you have occasion to interact with them at times?
Yeah.
In fact, did you ever go over to their home?
Yeah, like a couple times, yeah.
And I believe you tuned a guitar for the child there at the house?
Yeah.
This Tealwood apartment complex, how would you describe the walls that separated your units?
Thin, like very thin walls.
And with those walls being so thin, would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling coming from Sarah Boone and George Torres's apartment?
Yeah.
How often would you hear this?
Almost daily.
Did Sarah Boone ever approach you about the things that you heard coming from their apartment?
Yes.
And where were you when she approached you?
I was smoking a cigarette on my back patio.
And approximately what time
It
was this?
pretty late. I can't remember the exact time, but it was definitely anywhere between like midnight to 2 a.m., like right around there.
And do you remember how much before the date when the police called that this occurred?
A few months, like it probably 4 to 5 months before that.
So 4 or 5 months before February of
2020.
2020.
Yeah.
And when she approached you on this late evening / early morning on that day, what did she tell you?
Pretty much just kind of like if I do hear anything like through the walls or whatever is out back, just kind of keep my mouth shut. Like don't really speak about it or anything like that or say anything to anyone. And I just was like, okay.
Did she make any motions with her hands?
Yeah, like just kind of like, finger over the lips, like kind of shh, like keep it hush, like that kind of thing.
So she told you not to report anything you may have heard about arguments or yelling or fighting, anything going on over there.
Yeah.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
I do, yeah.
And what about that evening sticks out to you?
That sticks out to me from that night was literally just there was a very, very loud noise that I heard that was loud and powerful enough to shake my bedroom wall. And I remember that because I was sitting on my bed on FaceTime with my girlfriend at the time, and I literally felt the wall shake and it stopped me mid-conversation. And she even asked me through the computer, like, what was that? And I was like, I have no idea.
Did you hear any yelling coming from their apartment on that night?
Before that, yeah, like it was just arguing kind of stuff.
What was the last thing you heard?
The last thing I heard was like the loud noise and just a little bit of shuffling, and that was kind of it. It just kind of went silent after that.
Could you hear anything that was being said?
Not clearly, and it was never really anything clear. It was just like you could hear arguing back and forth, just kind of like and kind of like an I hate you, like it's whatever it is, whatever the argument was about kind of thing. At the time, that's really all it was, but it was never really clear enough to hear like the full argument. And honestly, I never really paid attention too much to it. If I heard it, I kind of stepped into my living room to be further away from it.
Did you hear both the defendant's voice and also George Torres's voice?
Yeah, all the time. It was like a back and forth. Yeah.
So other than the statements and the phrases of I hate you, you weren't able to discern the contents of this argument?
No.
What was the last sound you heard?
The last sound that I heard was like the loud banging noise that it was like a very odd sounding noise that I've never heard before this day, but it very much sounded like it was where my bed was positioned. It was kind of towards the back of the apartment, and it almost sounded like it was coming towards me, but like on the side of me, then it was just like a loud rumbling noise. That literally sounded like it was kind of far away from me, and then it like ended up like almost next to me. And like I said, the walls are thin, so like it's very easy to hear like through the walls, and not even just sideways. Like I hear my upstairs neighbor, like all around, very thin walls.
Now, was your bedroom, where was it located in your apartment?
The back of the apartment, so it was like there's like a little kick out next to my patio, and that's like that was my bedroom back there, like along the grass back there.
On the first floor?
On the first floor, yeah.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Mr. Cagley, good morning.
Good morning.
Now, you said that you lived there next to Sarah Boone and George Torres for about a year?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the police were called to their residence?
Like
while you were there for the year, are you aware of any incident in which the police were called to their residence?
I had never seen anybody there, but I had had other neighbors in the complex tell me that it has been on multiple occasions. So that's why.
Just instead of what somebody else told you.
Yeah.
Just what you would observe. Did you ever, the year that you were there living next to them?
Yeah.
Were you ever aware that the police were called to their residence?
No, the times that I was home, I never saw any police at the apartment there.
And did you work odd hours or?
Yeah, and with my schooling and stuff too, I used to have class at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So all the time I was at random moments, like just not home throughout the day and night and stuff like that. So yeah.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, based on your interaction with Sarah Boone?
I'm going to object.
Let me finish the question first, please.
Do you know from your experience with Sarah Boone and your experience with George Torres that they drank alcohol?
Yeah.
Hang on.
I'll withdraw to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Are you aware that they both consumed alcohol to excess?
Yes.
Thank you. Hold on.
Yes, sir, of course.
Vincent, I think you had testified, you may have given a statement to law enforcement,
Yes, it was one of the detectives.
a recorded statement?
Yes, I can't remember his name, but yes.
Okay, and I think it was on February 23rd of 2020.
Yeah, right around that time, yeah.
I believe you had said that,
I'm going to object this to improper impeachment.
Approach. Objection's overruled for now.
sir, would it be fair to say on that date you got home around 7 p.m.?
7 p.m.?
Yes.
Which day was this?
Sunday, February 23rd, 2020.
No, that day I actually got home from work probably around 1 or 2 o'clock or so.
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon, because I went to work that morning at around 5 a.m.
And you said that you heard the normal yelling and arguing at about that time when you got home?
No, it was around that time, but it was really around like 10 o'clock, 10:30 is when like the arguing I could really hear clearly. It was like around 10:30 at night.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly.
Yes, sir.
So on cross-examination, you were asked about the arguing you heard, and I believe your testimony was that it was pretty intense around 10:30.
Yeah.
Approximately what time was it that you heard this loud crashing thump sound that you described?
Little after that.
Overruled.
It was a little after that arguing and stuff. It was probably around 11:15, probably 30, 45 minutes after like the arguing I could hear started.
No other questions?
Can this witness be released?
Yes, John.
Not subject to recall.
We would like him subject to recall. You've got his number.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. All right, sir, you are released, not subject to recall. Have a great day. Thank you.
The state would call Brandon Moats.
Bless you.
Read right into these forms. For your own personal
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. State and spell your name for the record for us.
Yeah, my name is Brandon Moats, BRANDON MOATS.
Thank you. Mr. Cacciatore, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you knew Sarah Boone?
I moved into the apartment next door to her when I was in college.
And so when was that you were in college?
I would have moved down here in 2019 and would have been there until like 2021, 2022.
So she was your neighbor at Tealwood Apartments, is that correct?
Yeah, it would have been Tealwood back then, yeah.
And did you have any roommates back then?
Yes, I was rooming with Vincent Battaglia.
And during that time, what were you doing?
Like,
as far as work and school? And
I was just going to school. During the time of this, yeah, I would have just been going to school. I don't think I would have had my job yet. I was just a student.
Did you have much interaction with the defendant or with George Torres in this case?
Honestly, I avoided them as much as possible usually.
The apartment where you lived, tell us, how would you describe the walls that separated your units?
Yeah, I remember that my bedroom was like the front-facing bedroom, and our walls shared a wall with where their staircase was. So, like, the way the apartments were laid out, we had a one-story apartment, they had a two-story apartment. So they had a staircase running right next to the walls, next to like our bedrooms.
Would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling going on inside of the defendant's apartment?
Yes, the walls were pretty thin, so if people were yelling, you could definitely hear it.
And how often would you hear arguments or disagreements going on over there?
When I first moved in, it was it was at least like once a week, to the point that I started tuning them out. Like I got good enough at just like not listening to them. They argued very, very often.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, could you hear arguing going on in their unit?
Not late into the evening, earlier into the evening, probably like 7, 8 o'clock that evening, probably like earlier on, I could hear arguing.
And where were you inside of your apartment?
I would have been in my bedroom pretty much all night.
And your bedroom, just so that we can paint the picture, where would that would have been, on the first floor or the second floor?
We had a first floor apartment.
Okay, so all the units were, or all the bedrooms were on the first floor.
Yeah, like I was saying before, we had a one-story apartment, and then they next door had like a 2-story townhouse. So we only had the one floor.
Understood. And at a certain point in the evening, did you hear a loud crashing sound?
Yeah, probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock that evening.
And can you describe that sound for us in more detail?
I mean, yeah, at literally, like I said, at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's the way their staircase was set up. I could, my bedroom, the top of their staircase would have been like above my ceiling, and it ends next to where like my roommate's apartment was. So I could hear something start above me super loud and then fall away from me like it was falling down the stairs.
Did this affect the walls that were between your two apartments?
Oh yeah, me and my roommate, I remember me and my roommate talking the next day about like we could literally, like, it shook both of our rooms.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with the defendant about what happened?
I never saw her after that. She would have, yeah, I never saw her after that happened.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were asked by the state if you ever had any interactions with Sarah Boone or George Torres. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you tried to avoid them.
Yeah, I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot, so I did not interact with them.
Do you remember this interaction with Sarah Boone in 2009 when you woke up and witnessed Sarah?
I would have been 9 years old in 2009.
I'm sorry, 2019. Good catch. In 2019, when you woke up and witnessed Sarah sleeping on the concrete patio.
Oh, this may have been a slight misconception in how I said this. I never woke up and saw her sitting on the patio myself. That I would have seen her on the patio eventually, but it's not like I woke up and went back and saw her on the patio. This was my roommate relaying the story that she had fallen asleep on the back patio, and then I saw her.
So you did not witness that yourself, or did you see her?
I saw her asleep on the back patio. I was just clearing up the sequence of events there.
Okay, thank you. Another time, do you recall our interaction with Miss Boone when you were coming home from school and she was trying to talk to you and she seemed paranoid and rambling?
Yeah, I had gotten locked out of my apartment, so I was waiting on the steps waiting on the steps outside of my apartment for my roommate to get home. So she came up and started talking to me. I don't really remember too many details of what she was saying, because I didn't want to talk to her. But yeah.
Okay. Do you remember saying that you believe Sarah was avoiding going into her apartment?
That's definitely the vibe. I don't remember what she was saying, but the vibe she was giving off was that she didn't want to go home.
Now, I believe, and I just want to make sure that I heard you. You said that the first arguments, other than the Boone, which was like 10 something, initially it was around the 7 p.m. You heard arguing?
It would have, yeah, because it would have been. I remember that day I got home from class around 5, because I got out of class around 4:30 usually and walked home. So I would have gotten home around 5:30, and it would have been after because I came home, I made myself lunch and I took a shower, and then I heard all of their arguing. So it would have been about an hour and a half, 2 hours after I got home. So around 7 to 8 o'clock.
Okay. And during that time, when you say arguing, was it back and forth?
I honestly, I wouldn't really be able to say if it was back and forth. I don't know I wouldn't remember too vividly if it was back and forth. Or if it was
Let me
just
ask you
one
this.
person
Did you
yelling.
hear a male voice?
Yes, I heard a male voice.
Did you hear a female voice?
Yes.
Okay. Were they both loud?
Yes.
Okay. If I can confirm, Judge.
Yes, sir, of course.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Subject to recall, Judge.
All right. All right, sir, you're released subject to recall. Thank you. Can the parties approach? Members of our jury, thank you so much for your time, your attention, and your participation in this very important process. It is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask that you return here no later than 2 p.m. so we can pick up at that point in time outside of here, 12 Alpha in the Orange County Courthouse. And I'm going to give you an instruction. You're going to hear this instruction a lot over the next couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, please leave your pens and your notepads on each chair. The deputy will collect them. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and I thank you for your service. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, anything we need to address?
Not from the state.
Defense. All right, Ms. Boone, I just got a couple of inquiries of you, ma'am, before we release. Are you satisfied with your attorneys so far throughout this trial?
Definitely.
And are you on board with the strategy that they've employed so far in this trial? All right, thank you very much. We'll be in recess till 2 o'clock. Court's off the record.
Guys, welcome. What is up? All right, so they got, dude, I don't know what the state is doing. Sorry, we're out here playing soccer and I'm listening. I got like speakers on, listening to this trial. I don't know what's going on, but I've never seen, since the Karen Reed case, I mean, a more like opening 5 witnesses coming out with nothing but like Sarah Boone. I feel like she's putting on her case. I'm just like, wow, I have no words. So, hope you guys can hear me. I got an update in the Richard Allen Delphi case. So I want to read this update that I got. This trial is cruising. Pass. Charge it. Low bounce. Good. All right, because you have to follow through. Just getting here. Hello, everyone. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. So something I want to read. First of all, 4 people got banned from the trial for allegedly trying to take pictures of the van, the juror's van. You're losing my jury. We got a runaway jury. I told you guys that was going to happen. I was trying to catch the people that were going to be doing that type of stuff. People took what I was doing the wrong way, but I love it. What the heck, Sarah Boone? Overhead hard. Here we go. Right, get it out there. I couldn't do that. Let me just pause that for a second. Yeah.
Go back over there.
Uh huh. Why?
Throw it hard so I can hit it.
You can't header though. Those aren't the rules in this league. Okay, ready? Header. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Get it. Oh yeah, dog. There you go. How'd that feel? Okay. So Sarah Boone case here. 5 witnesses all coming out basically saying that there's nothing but abuse and that they're drunk and choking and just like proving Sarah Boone's case for her. I have no idea what the state's doing, but they're getting crushed right now in the Sarah Boone trial. The state of Florida is getting absolutely upended. Coming out, I mean, somebody needed to ring the bell. It was Rocky style. Somebody needs to throw the towel. And the judge did it for them. They have a 90-minute lunch. They need to regroup. They're getting their asses handed to them. Ready? Charge it. Keep it down. Go. Yeah, there it is. Woo! There you go for the bars and stars. Ready to go. Then in the Allen case, all of the relatives of Liberty German have testified. So they're over there on a lunch break as well, I believe. The defense comes out talking about the hair. It doesn't match Richard Allen. Talking about, the defense says that the girls were abducted and taken somewhere else, murdered somewhere else, and then placed at the banks of the river on Tuesday morning. That's what the defense has come out with. The defense has come out with their strategy is that not only do you have the wrong guy, you have the wrong time, you have everything wrong in this case. So, but yeah, the defense for Richard Allen is that this happened not there at the bridge. The killings happened elsewhere. They were taken elsewhere and then they were brought back to the bank of the river. Okay, you can have it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Go. Oh, nice. We're just getting some soccer on this beautiful sunny Friday. It's so beautiful out here, right boy? All right, go, 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 go. Oh, corner. Good. Way to follow through. Okay. Ready? Go. There you go. Nice. See how you use the inside of your foot when it's bouncing like that? That's how you control those bouncing ones. What do you mean? You know what? You have to give yourself a chance. What if it hits off his mitts? So you have to be ready to get that rebound and put it right back. Okay? That's why you have to go hard with it off the inside. Make it hard for him to stop it and then get the bounce back. Okay. Corners. Nice. That wasn't the worst. Well, on those kicks, that's when you can go ahead and kick up a little bit. What has the defense convicted? Wait, what? Oh! You did. So, again, I have no idea what's going on in the Sarah Boone case, you guys. I'm only covering it because we can't cover Delphi at the moment, huh? Okay. Of all the sports I played, my roommates played soccer in college. Oh, that's the best I could do. So, Sarah Boone's defense is self-defense, so that it was a, abusive relationship, that there were things going on. Sarah Boone's taking the stand. But right now, guys, I'm telling you this right now, if I'm on the jury for Sarah Boone, the state is absolutely getting crushed. I mean, right now I'm voting not guilty across the board right now. Like, the state has not proved anything. The state has showed me that there was a guy that's dead. Okay, we have a guy that's dead. So. the Delphi case. Again, guys, 4 people banned from the courtroom. Banned from the courtroom. 4 people banned from the courtroom for taking videos of the juror van, allegedly. What a bunch of stupid idiots. Told you guys that was going to happen. Told you guys it was runaway jury. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Not hard. There it is. Softer than that? Okay. Also found this. Russ McQuaid. R.A. unshackled in normal clothing, clean shaven, appeared more bright-eyed than usual. Yeah, probably because they're not drugging his ass. Ready? Maybe he's feeling some type of way. You know, Gull said the sketches are out. Gull can just shove everything straight up her ass. She's horrible. I mean, I don't know if she's part of the defense team. I feel like Gull's part of the defense team. Literally, Richard Allen just has a walking appeal. Just walk right up to the courthouse. Appeal granted. Yeah, goalie. Professional people banned from the court. Woo! I think I'm professional, but media credential banned. Lana, but I thought you were doing all this crazy stuff. No, I wasn't. I was saying how that's what happens. Oh, you see that? It took off. That's what people were doing. I was there to catch people doing that. Runaway jury. You're losing my jury. I was there to catch people, and I would have caught him had I didn't have to come back and be the amazing mom that I am, because my son comes first. We're headed to a tournament this weekend. It's his last travel ball for the fall tournament. And we don't miss these for the world, man. There you go, go. Gull is a wrecking ball to justice. Yeah, she's a Miley Cyrus. Can you guys just see Gull on a, one of these days I have to get like 3 or 4 days put together and just make the most ridiculous parody for all these court cases, just to show like how ridiculous some of this shit is. But I just don't have all that time. You know, some of these people that just jerk around making ridiculous shows or like clips and stuff, I can give them the material, clip away. They could have themselves one hell of a channel. Woo! Ready? Go. So we're right now on it's lunch break here. Oh, so check this out with Delphi. They're letting everybody get in, so you don't know who doesn't get in. Okay, so they're letting people come in. They let you go into the courtroom, and then whoever doesn't have a seat has to leave. Because if you think about it, that courtroom is used for all types of different stuff. So you can go into that courtroom or that courthouse and go to like somewhere else, that they're conducting still business. Had it? Okay. All right, ready? Oh, let it bounce once, go. Okay. Don't hurt yourself. So is it musical chairs? No, it's just like, it's still like the forming of the line, but you go into the courtroom and then they wait to see, okay, and then she dismisses everybody that's standing. Ready? Go. Oh, header? Sorry, my bad. I thought you wanted to just bump it. Hey, so for lunch today, I want to go to Olive Garden, okay? All right, ready, go. Give me some good. Oh! How did you do that?
You just been down and hit it with your head.
No, but that one was low. That was nasty. I like that one.
Hit it on my forehead now.
Okay, I'll throw it up a little higher. Remember, you can't do that this weekend. Okay. Ready? Go. Oh, okay. How'd that hurt? Did that feel good? Or did that hurt? Jackson, because some of them, if it's not the perfect ball, you can't do that. And in that case, you let it hit off your chest to bring it down, and then you do your inside out kick. Yeah, you can. Get more physical. I want you to get physical. Use your body. Don't be using your arms to push. Use your body. Make yourself space with your body. Sorry about that. We're doing true crime and coaching your kid. So if you have a niece, nephew, son, daughter that they want to learn about true crime with their parent and the ins and outs of soccer, good job, bud. That's what we do over here. Momming 101. Ready, go. Get it. Oh, yeah. Oh!
See, I just like got off my foot and it just went.
That was good, though. I liked it. You gotta get physical. No, I don't get hurt. 2 weapons were used in Delphi. What? Is that coming out? So now Richard Allen was walking around with knives and... You do? Okay, I'll prepare you to be a goalie if you want. Oh.
Even though, like, remember when the coach made me, let me play goalie that one single time?
Yeah.
But, like,
Did you like it?
I didn't, no, because I didn't even get to, like, have the ball.
Okay, well, let's see. Ready? I don't know. Here you go. I gotta get you warmed up. I can't just be blasting them at you. How we doing, guys? It's lunchtime. They don't have any weapon, but they're... I'm not reporting on that yet, so... Ready? Go. Oh! Good job. If you see this not even coming close to the goal, let it go out the back, because then you automatically get it. Okay. All right, we'll be back here for lunch hour. They said be back at 2 p.m. Oh. All right, guys. I'll see you soon. All right, guys, what do we got going on here? Welcome. So many breaking things. I feel like breaking. Sit my back, y'all. The best mods in the land. Give it up for the mods. All right, so I'm almost to my desk. I promise. Jaxie a lunch date. Our lunch dates consist of Olive Garden. Things that are every parent should do with their child. Oh, you can watch. Trust me. This just got started. You're fine. You can watch. You guys, because I promise you, first 5 witnesses, it was like 5 to 10 questions per person. All right, as soon as I usually get 2 independent sources, I talk about something, which is we have possibly 2 different knives that were used in the Delphi murders. Come on, let's go. Sarah Boone, Florida. I'll be there covering the case in person. Gonna run into Joel. Hashtag STS Nation coming for you guys. You guys are amazing. Keep it up. Good friend of mine, Scott Roeder, turned me on to STS Nation back a while ago. So, STS Nation. Baby Boone got a whole ass legal team, and they are dominating, in my opinion. Absolutely. Lori Jean coming in. I have to say, all day with that analysis there, 100%. 5 witnesses in the books. Karen donating $999.99. $999.99.
For who? For who? You?
For me.
For you?
For me. What do you think about that? Oh, here in the back. Jack says he gets all donations today. All right, guys, we're about to start the halftime closing here for the second half of today's day 1 opening statements plus the state's case.
We're back on the record. State of Florida versus Sarah Boone, 2020 CF 2603. Can I get appearances for counsel for the record, starting with counsel for the state?
Dave Ketchner on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Olders for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone. Kevin Beckham, yeah, Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same black suit and pink blouse from this morning. State, anything we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Can we get the evidence projection system up and can we test it before we
Yes.
go live?
Yes, sir.
It doesn't matter. We are treated
you
like
wanna test it out, Mr. Joe.
$999.
Well, she's
We just like to say it. $999.99, which equates to $56. That's a lot of money, y'all. That's why I'm saying it's $999 because it's a lot of money, in my opinion. I miss you, Lana, baby girl. Love supporting. Karen, we love you. You know that. I am so sorry for not getting notifications.
12:59 p.m. with a GMT offset of minus 300 minutes. Call on Monday.
You guys, there's 2 Lana heads. This is amazing. Lana brains on steroids.
Call 1 at 12:59 p.m. with a GMT offset of minus 300 minutes. Call on Monday, February 24th, 2020.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
That is the best I can do, sir.
This is hands down the best analyst in real lifetime. If you guys want to hear somebody talk about cases with a little bit of this and a little bit of that, no doubt, right here to the transparency. Literally transparent as fuck.
We're good, State.
Okay, all right. Anything else, State, we need to address?
Not this time, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Just in the spirit of full disclosure, there are some persons behind me to my right and my left. I run the mock trial program at Barry University School of Law here in town, and these are some of my students as a member of that program, so they're here just simply to observe. So pay no mind or attention to them. With that, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nailed that
All right, let's
too.
stand and bring in our panel.
All right, the 6 jurors have made their way back into the courtroom. Just like I said it earlier, the 4 people that you guys are looking at behind the judge there, those are 4 interns, mock trialists. You guys remember people used to say, like, Lana, why do you say mock trial like you're mocking something? No, that's the name. That is the name when you have to practice in a courtroom and you're going to be going through how you plan on defending somebody or prosecuting somebody. You have such a thing as mock trials. It's like a practice run. So he runs a class over there at the university, and he was disclosing for full disclosure purposes, transparency. He was like, hey, this is who these people are, and I love it. I love it. But go ahead and check off truth and transparency for one more nod there on your belt.
Jury enter.
Oh, yes. Back in the day, people thought that when I was saying, hey, do you want to be part of my mock jury?
State, do you recognize
They're
our
like,
jury?
what?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? Yes. All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Members of the jury, good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. If you could, again, by a show of hands, confirm that you complied with the court's instructions that we gave prior to the break. Record reflect all jurors' hands have been raised. With that, the state is going to continue with their evidence presentation this afternoon. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Brian Boone.
Coming to the stand here, Brian Boone. This is the ex-husband of Sarah Boone. Okay, so they are going in chronological order of the timeline of events. And here we have Brian Boone, who is the ex-husband and who she did a fairly decent job of co-parenting. Co-parenting is not easy, so. Brian Boone taking the stand. This is the ex-husband of Sarah Boone.
Mr. Boone, raise your right hand and be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Sir, good afternoon. You could be seated. After seated, if you could please state and spell your name for the record for us.
Brian Boone, BRIAN BOONE.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you know the defendant?
I dated her for quite a while, and then we eventually got married.
When you say you dated her for quite a while, how long are we talking?
I met her in the late 90s, and I believe it was around 2005 when we got married.
Did you have any children as a result of your marriage with the defendant?
Yes, we had one son.
And how old is that son?
He is currently getting ready to turn 14.
Did your marriage with the defendant last?
No, it did not.
And approximately when was it that you separated and began proceedings for divorce?
Probably 2017, I'm thinking maybe.
And at that time, when was your divorce actually finalized?
Maybe it was 2006. I think the divorce was 2017, I believe.
And after your divorce, what was your custody arrangement with your son that you had in common with the defendant?
She was supposed to have him on Mondays and Tuesdays. I would have him Wednesday, Thursdays, and then we'd alternate Friday through Sundays every other week.
So 1 week you would have 5 days with your son, and another week she would have 5 days with him.
Correct.
And was this still the same custody arrangement in February of 2020?
Yes.
And in February of 2020, did you have, do you recall the events that occurred, I guess, first on the late evening of February 23rd, 2020?
On that evening?
Yes.
Well, apparently Sarah called me at one point during the night.
Do you recall about what time she called you?
I think it was 11 something.
When you answered the phone, how did Sarah sound on the phone?
She sounded like she had been drinking and was pretty drunk.
Were you able to understand what the defendant was saying?
Somewhat, but she woke me up. I had work the next day. I was asleep when she called. She's done this before, calling me late at night, and generally I kind of just try to ignore it, so I wasn't really paying attention.
Who was she living with at the time?
George Torres.
When she called you late that evening, could you hear George in the background at all?
Not that I remember, no.
Did you pay much attention to this phone call?
No.
Now, the following morning, on February 24th, 2020, did you begin to call the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And approximately what time did you begin to call the defendant?
I think it was like 11 o'clock or something.
And why was it that you were calling?
Well, it was going to be Monday. I had him on Sunday and dropped him off at school, and I was calling to try to find out if she was going to be actually picking him up that day.
Why would you have a question about whether or not she was picking him up?
She wasn't generally very good about actually getting him on the day she was supposed to.
So it was not uncommon for you to have to remind her to pick him up or to make sure that she was going to pick him up?
Well, I mean, remind or just find out if she was going to, or if she was just going to give him over to me as what happened.
Why'd you have shared
Do you
custody?
remember at what time on February 24th you actually got in touch with the defendant?
I think it was like 12:30 or something.
And when you actually got in touch with her, what did she tell you on the phone?
That George was dead, and if I would come over.
Did she say what happened to him?
I don't remember if she told me then on the phone or when I got there, but she told me they had been playing hide and seek and that she fell asleep.
What did you advise her to do?
I told her she needed to call 911 and that I would come over as soon as I could.
And this is on your first phone call here at approximately 12:30.
Yes.
On 2/24/2020.
Yes.
Did she call you again while you were en route to her residence?
She did. She called to find out if I was still going to be coming over.
And when you spoke with her while you were en route, what, if anything, did you advise her?
I told her she needed to call 911 and told her I was on my way, but she needed to get somebody over there.
How long did it take you to arrive at her residence?
From the first phone call, or?
Yes, from the first one.
Well, I mean, I live a minute or two drive away, but I had to get my puppy. We had just gotten a puppy recently. I had to get him in his crate and stuff like that and put something on because I was working from home. And total time, maybe 10 minutes.
When you arrived at her apartment, tell us what she told you when you arrived.
George was dead, and I don't remember if she told me now or before that they had been playing hide and seek and she fell asleep, but I at that time told her again she needed to get 911 called to get somebody over there.
Had she called 911 at this point? So you've advised her now 3 times to call 911.
Yes.
Did you go inside of her apartment?
I walked in the front door into the little tiled area, like entranceway thing.
What, if anything, did you observe when you made it to that point?
Looking into the living room, I could see like the end of his feet and maybe a little bit of some legs that were kind of coming out around the backside of the kitchen area.
Did you continue to go into the apartment?
No.
Where did you go?
Sarah told me she was going to call 911 and go outside and have a cigarette and a drink and asked me to come out there with her. And I told her that I didn't really feel comfortable being inside. And I went out front and got in my car and waited for people to show up.
Did you witness the defendant call 911?
I think I was in there when she dialed it and first got somebody on the phone, but I wasn't there for the whole conversation. No, I was outside.
Did you stay there at the scene while police arrived?
Yes, I was there. I was part of it. I knew I'd have to talk to somebody, so.
Did you talk with law enforcement?
I did.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Judge, we want to reserve our questions for when we call him in our case.
Okay. All right, sir. You're subject to recall.
Oh,
Thank you.
wow.
Thank you.
Great move. I love the move. That is an awesome move right
As
there.
long as he remains under subpoena.
My understanding is subject to recall.
So somebody will contact me about when we come back?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, big. That's big. I love it. I love it. great move there. I'm sorry, but that is a very smart move there for the defense team. They're like, we're calling
State,
him in
you
our
may call your next
in our
witness.
case. We're good.
Your Honor, may we approach a moment?
Yes.
God, the defense is just throwing curveballs left and right to the state, guys. This is pretty. Okay, see, if the prosecution's going to play strategy versus like go for the truth, the defense has no other recourse. Like they have to play strategy because it should be our jobs as a prosecutor, as police officers, that we want to get the truth. All right. So in order to get the truth, there should be never any game playing. But what you always see in a courtroom is it feels like it's a battlefield. It feels like it's an arena. And when I say that, I mean it from the very moment that you walk in an arraignment. Okay. So this is wow in a good way for the defense. Now, if you're the prosecutor, you're like, oh, why'd they just do that?
Members of the jury, we'd appreciate your patience for a few moments while the state attaches a Bluetooth speaker so that they may publish some evidence that's been received so far. Mr. J, whenever you're ready, sir.
Permission to publish 3.
You may do so.
It's 300 minutes. Call on Monday, February 24th, 2020.
911, what is the location of the emergency? 4748 Frank Court, apartment 3. 4748, what's the street name? Frantz, Frantz. And the appointment number? 3. Is this a police or medical? My boyfriend is dead. Okay, 7 line for the fire appointment, do not hang up.
Location, Reggie.
That's good. No, please don't leave. 4748 France Lane, apartment 3. France Court. France Court? Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
Okay, okay.
It's Gilwood Park Apartment.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, great. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in a case and we were playing. And, but kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was dead in his case. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Right, okay, what's your apartment number?
3.
Apartment 3?
Yes, like he had like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know, like he had like an aneurysm on what happened.
Right, okay, all right, okay, this is beginning of 13. All right, okay. Okay,
Now?
Okay, 40, yeah, man, this is, we're on our way up there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, you hanging from somewhere or what, man?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Okay, so he was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old is he working there? 42-year-old man. All right. Okay, we're setting up on the sheriff's office out there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. All right, listen to me. Okay, that you need to confirm this. No, right, I just need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No, he's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, flat on his back for you, okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah, okay, well,
Nothing happened. He's purple.
okay, listen, you did the defense of the bill. I need you to get it for me, okay?
What is it?
Is he available?
No.
All right, are you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay, listen, okay, ma'am, listen, so this is he cold and sick?
Yes.
Okay,
Well, it's not necessarily cold, but it's good.
Right, okay. All right, now to me, listen to me, I want you to lay flat and back for me on the floor.
I did.
Removing the pillows, okay?
Yes, I did.
All right, okay, wait,
This and purple.
right, okay, listen, okay, man, that's fine, we're still going to put compression to him, okay? All right? Please, you look your hand on his breastbone, right in center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your hands up on that hand.
Ready, I'm telling you. Just like your hand can tell.
Okay,
Please, okay, your girdle.
okay, listen to me. All right, I want you to place the heel of your hand, okay, right between his chest, right between his breastbones. Put your other hand up on that hand.
Yes.
We want to pump his chest to be hard and fast, going to live twice per second.
I'm doing it again.
Okay, no, just keep on pumping. That's all you need to do for me. Keep on pumping his chest for me. I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. I just want you to count out loud for me, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is nice to me.
Okay, man, just keep on pumping his chest. That's all you need to do for me, okay?
Yes. Come on, please, hurry up.
Okay, ma'am, they're driving here as fast as they can. Okay, don't stop to say hurry up. Just keep on pumping and counting.
I'm still doing it while I'm talking to you, okay?
Okay.
Still doing it.
All right, just keep pumping his chest. Count on, I'll take a count with you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Please hurry.
Okay, man, they're getting here as fast as they can, okay?
He's stiff and he's purple.
Okay, keep pumping his chest for me, man.
I'm still doing it, okay? Still doing it. Still doing it.
Right, okay, that's fine. You did a good job. Just keep on doing it for me. That's all right. They're getting there as fast as they can, along with the sheriff's office also, okay?
Please.
Keep on pumping, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, man.
I'm doing it, okay? We're playing hide and seek.
All right, I understand. All right, just keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay.
Please hurry.
Right, okay.
Horrible. This is horrific. What happened? Like, what happened?
Okay, man, just keep on pumping the chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should be up there shortly, okay?
I'm still doing it, okay?
All right, okay, good. And you found them in a suitcase, you said?
Yes. We were playing hide and seek last night. I fell asleep. I think they're here.
All right, just keep on pumping the chest until they push over, okay?
I am.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Come in. Can I stop coming out?
Let that take over for you, okay?
When was the last time anybody saw him? The last night. We were playing hide and seek. He was the Virginia. Okay. But unfortunately, he's been down too long to have to report him. Hello, ma'am.
And so we're there, obviously.
Alright. Yes, no, my boyfriend. Is your boyfriend? Okay. Does he have any kind of medical? No, not that I know of.
get back, I'm gonna take care of you now, okay? Okay, so we'll see you there.
All right. Oh, ma'am, is still there? Hello? Calling back 407-716-8684, reference to mobile. 1308.
Call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 4.
We're ready to continue with the presentation of witnesses.
Yes, sir. You may call your next witness.
State we call Abraham Moreno.
This is the 7th witness for the prosecution. Again, this is a case that's about, obviously, like, we're trying to figure out, should this be, is this self-defense? Is this manslaughter? Is this murder? That's
Sir, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Abraham, Abraham. Last name is Moreno, M-O-R-E-N-O.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Castro, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a maintenance supervisor for apartment complexes.
Is that what your position was back in February of 2020?
Yes, it was.
And what apartment complex?
Tealwood Park Apartments.
And how long did you work for Tealwood Park Apartments?
About 2 years.
And tell us, what were some of your duties in your position there with Tealwood Park?
Daily, I cleaned the grounds, walked the property, answered maintenance calls, did emergencies, dealt with vendors.
Did you become familiar with the residents there at the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to meet the defendant in this case and also a George Torres?
Yes.
Let me turn your attention to February 24th of 2020. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And on that date, did you have occasion to come in contact with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And tell us, what was the circumstances in which you came into contact with her on February 24th, 2020?
I was called by the manager and the assistant manager to come to her unit. I believe she was already sitting outside at that time.
And when she was sitting outside of her unit, what, if anything, did you observe about her and about the unit?
The police was there. Her ex-husband was present. She was sitting outside, and that's when she decided she wanted to talk to me and the managers.
And what did she tell you?
She's confused. She's not exactly sure what happened. She pointed out that she recalls that they were playing a game of hide and seek. There was an instance where you were going to teach him a lesson, and then she just doesn't recall anything else until the next morning.
Did she say she fell asleep?
Yes, she did.
Did she say things got out of hand?
I don't really recall that part, but I do recall her stating that they were playing their game and that George went into a suitcase, and I didn't ask any questions. I just let her talk for herself.
How long was this conversation?
For about 4 or 5 minutes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
You may inquire, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This conversation that you had with Miss Boone,
Yes,
that took place on the 24th. Is that correct?
yes.
And who else was present on the time that the conversation was taking place?
Standing right next to me would have been Melissa Sexton and Eugene Harris, as well as the officer who was in front of the door.
Okay. So there was a law enforcement officer there that day, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, on the 24th is when you said that Miss Boone made this statement to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
They were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
And what else did she say happened?
She had told me that they were playing hide and seek. They had drank. She was trying to teach him a lesson, and that was that. She went upstairs. She went to sleep. She woke up. She doesn't know what happened.
Okay. So that was on the 24th.
Yes.
All right. On the 26th, were you not interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. So
I may have my days wrong, but it all happened on the same day.
all right, the 24th, do you remember 2 days later that a Detective Scott Lowen conducted an interview with you at 4704 Lucier Court, Winter Park, Florida? You remember that interview?
Yes.
So that was 2 days later, is that correct?
I would assume so.
Yes. All right. So when he interviewed you 2 days later, did you tell him about this statement that Miss Boone made to you that you just told this jury in court?
I did mention it to him.
You did mention it to him?
I mentioned to them that we did have a conversation.
Did you tell him the content of the conversation?
I may not have told him the whole content, but I did tell him we had a conversation.
All right. Well, what did you tell him? What content did you tell him on the 26th?
That they were playing hide and seek, that she was confused. She doesn't know what happened. I do believe I did mention to him the fact that she had said that she was trying to teach him a lesson. Not that anything was done with malice. I didn't state that at all.
So it's your recollection now today that on the 26th, you told Officer Lowen what you just told this jury. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Sir. In preparing for this case, did you have a meeting with the Assistant State Attorney on September 23rd of 2024?
Did I have a meeting?
Yes.
A brief chit chat over the phone.
A brief chit chat. It was over the phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. At that point in time over the phone, did you tell him that Sarah Boone, the defendant, stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
Yes.
Is that what you told him?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in 2024 of September the 23rd of this year, 2024.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you telling us that back on February the 26th of 2020, you told Officer Lowen at that time the same thing?
As I recall, yes.
So did she ever tell you how things got out of hand?
No.
Sir, you testified that you knew both Mr. Torres and Miss Boone, is that correct?
Yes.
You actually knew George Torres from a different time, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
When did you first know George Torres?
In the 1990s.
In the 1990s?
He was a teenager and he lived down the street from me and my wife.
So you had had a previous relationship with Mr. Torres?
No, not at all.
Not at all? You just knew him from then?
Yes, as I stated, he was a teenager and I was an adult.
During this time, though, that you became reacquainted with him, did y'all establish a friendship at that time here in Orlando?
I wouldn't say a friendship, but an acquaintance, yes.
Sir, on Monday, February the 24th, that would have been the day that you were with Ms. Sexton and Gene Harris.
Yes.
Out in front of the apartment.
Correct.
Did you talk to law enforcement that day?
No.
You did not talk to them that day?
I don't recall talking to him that day, no.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any, if I can confer.
You can, sir.
So,
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Any redirect examination?
Just brief.
All right, thank you.
all right, let's see what this redirect is all about because this is interesting.
Back in the 90s, when you had previously known George Torres in this case, where were you living at that time?
I lived across the street. I lived on one block. He lived the next block over down in the middle.
In what city?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
And when did you move from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
How did they end up in the same spot? Philly.
2018.
Philly to Orlando.
So in the intervening years, from your move from Philadelphia to coming to work at Tealwood Park, did you have any contact with George Torres?
No, as a matter of fact, I moved from that particular block in 2005. So I don't meet Judge again until I work at Tealwoods.
When did you start working at Tealwoods?
2018, 2019, roughly there.
No further questions.
Can this witness be released?
No, Your Honor, just subject to recall.
All right, sir. You'll be released subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
State, call your next witness.
State would call Deputy Kayla Rodriguez.
We'll talk about him in a little bit. We're gonna get a deputy here, I believe, Rodriguez. But it's very interesting how somebody could end up in Philly, then Orlando in the same area. They were there in 2005, and then he happened to be in the same area in 2018 and 19. Like, how do you have a neighbor twice? Like, that's just kind of wild, but whatever.
Raise your right hand if you swear to swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You could be seated. Please state your name and spell it for the record if you could for us.
Kayla Rodriguez. Kayla, K-A-Y-L-A. Rodriguez, R-O-D-R-I-G-U-E-Z.
She's the body cam girl.
Yes, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
Can you tell us did you work for?
Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy Sheriff.
And how long have you been a deputy sheriff?
A little over 8 years, since 2016.
And tell us, what are your duties as a deputy sheriff?
As a deputy, I respond to calls for service, anything from a over with call, like a car being keyed the day prior, or a 911 emergency.
And what type of training do you need to be a deputy sheriff?
So for me, I obtained my bachelor's degree from UCF in criminal justice in 2014. After that, in 2016, I was hired by the sheriff's office. Right after being hired, I went straight into the academy. The academy is 5 months of training. We go over everything from case law, scenarios, defensive tactics, physical training. After that, I do 2 more months with the sheriff's office where we go specifically into policy related to Orange County specifically. After that, I do 3 months on the road with a trainer where we are evaluated periodically through that process. You have a partner. You respond to calls for service during that time, and you slowly learn how to handle calls by yourself.
Do you also undergo continuing training as a condition of your employment.
Yes.
Tell us, what were you working on February 24th, 2020?
Yes.
And tell us, what area of the county were you working in?
Orange County, unincorporated Orange County.
And did you receive a call in regards to this case?
Yes.
And what was that call? What information did you have at the time you received the call?
So the dispatcher informed me that a woman called 911. She was actively performing CPR and that her boyfriend was in a suitcase.
And did you respond out to the scene?
Yes.
And when you responded out to the scene, were you dressed similarly as you are dressed today?
Yes.
And just for the record, you have, it looks like a standard green uniform on with a tool belt, your firearm, and also radio, body-worn camera, badge.
Yes.
Tell us about your body-worn camera.
So my body camera is used to capture scenes when we arrive. So as we are conducting any sort of law enforcement action, we turn our camera on.
When you turn your camera on, tell us, does it immediately capture sound at that point?
It does not. When we activate our camera, it goes back a minute. And the minute that it goes back to, you don't hear any audio for that first minute.
Tell us also about the capacity and the battery life of your camera as well.
So the battery will last us an entire shift typically if it's in a buffering mode. So if we're not recording, it will last the entire shift. As we record, it does drain the battery. So typically we will turn it off if we're sitting in our car for an extended period of time, if we call our supervisor, if we're talking to another deputy on the side, away from a scene, we will not have the camera recording. If it recorded throughout the entire shift, the battery would die. We would need multiple batteries.
So you actually activate the camera in order to begin recording?
Correct.
Was your body camera operational on this call out?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, which has been previously marked for identification as states H, I, and G that have been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm first showing you what's been marked for identification as states I. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24, 2020?
Correct.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of your body worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states I into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as I will be received into evidence without objection as states 4.
Ma'am, next I'm showing you has been marked for identification as states H. Can you take a look at that disc? Tell us, what's on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of that portion of your body worn camera from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states H into evidence.
No objection to any of those coming in.
What was pre-marked as states H will be received without objection as states 5.
And lastly, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as stage G. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24th, 2020?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to review this camera prior to coming to court?
Yes.
And that's your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And it fairly and accurately represents your conduct on the body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states G into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. What was pre-marked as states G will be received without objection as state 6.
In your Honor, request permission to publish states 4.
You may.
Your Honor, may we dim the lights?
All right, so we're going to watch a little bit of the body cam.
Hello there. Hi. You live here? Okay, I'll talk to you guys, get some information. That's my, the property manager. I don't know if I should go tell him really quick, or we'll take care of that. Where's he at? He wants that in. Oh, don't worry about that. We'll take care of that for you, okay? I had a cigarette, but okay, wait 1 second, okay? I really need something to drink. Okay, well, I got my dog parked on the counter. Okay, we'll take care of you 1 second. At the time, you called it? That's the time you called it? Okay, perfect. That was the 23rd. Hey, Funny, go ahead. 707 at 1307. Can I have my dog parked on the Can't go back inside. What's going on? Who is he to you? Boyfriend? Yes, because of like 3.5 years. What happened? We drank last night. Can you pass this to the around to the FBI stuff? They need to sign that for sure. Okay, go. No. Each of them has to. This might be a real thing, but each of them has to put their name. Normally, I just put everybody. What's going on? I just got here to fill me in. No problem. Like, puzzle together. We can do some artwork right there. You are putting a puzzle together? Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there. Okay. We've been doing art, trying to take stuff off the wall to make new art kind of there, like having a good time with one another. But we're drinking. We had a bottle of wine last night. Okay. So then it's like we start to play hide and seek, right? Okay. So he gets in the suitcase. Okay. Who's that? That's my assistant. My former husband. Hi. Do you live here with you guys? No. I called him over here. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. So then he came over here. Here, let's talk inside. Okay. I called you guys.
All right, guys, this has all been seen before. This is going to be new for the jury, but this is not new for us. If you guys have been following the Sarah Boone case, you guys will know what she is, just everything she's describing. Breaking news in the Delphi case. I told you guys that that's what this would be about, is that if there was breaking news in the Delphi case, I would update you guys. The breaking news I want to break is that Becky Patty Becky Patty has changed her account of how she learned they were dead. Again, Becky Patty, breaking news out of Delphi. Delphi, breaking news. Becky Patty, grandmother of Liberty German, testified today. They are on lunch break right now, but Becky Patty, the grandmother of Liberty German, testified today and changed her account of how she learned they were dead. So again, Delphi breaking news. Becky Patty, the grandmother of Liberty German, outspoken, blonde-haired, now grayish, blonde woman. She testified today, and it is breaking news that Becky Patty, the grandmother of Liberty German, testified today and has changed her account of how she learned the girls were dead. All right. This is why you guys should be here. This is you guys are getting Sarah Boone case and Delphi.
What do I do with this dog? 'Cause I don't want him to mess with him. Come here. Oh, perfect. Okay. Yes. Here, come on. Come on. Come on.
Good boy.
Cutie.
You thank you, brother.
But just want to make sure. I put my foot on. Touch anything.
Orange County.
Sheriff's office. Right over here. Let me check this closet. So garage. That's garage.
All right, I guess we're gonna have to set up a crime scene now.
Oh,
Sheriff, Charlotte, Sheriff,
just give us a second, okay? It's on the counter. I can't move it. You can come out of the house.
Oh, fuck no. Breaking news. Breaking news. Fuck all this. Breaking news. Breaking news. Oh, hell no. Breaking news. Delphi. You guys can see that stuff on the replay. You guys can see that stuff. Listen up, folks. Listen up, folks. Yes, we called it. I said it last night. Boom, boom, boom. Here you go. Holy shit. All right. The cross on Becky Patty was only 3 minutes. 3 minutes is all that took to cross up Becky Patty. 3 minutes. One question, and it's a weird one. We all know that the composites were not allowed to be used. Judge Gall said the composites are out. No composites. We are not using the sketches. They're out. Okay? But yet, Bridge Guy, that sketch isn't allowed. But hey, RA is Bridge Guy, right? Come on. So they went back in just a couple minutes ago. Baldwin boomed the timeline. He said, Baldwin boomed the doors and said, timeline is a lie. They were killed. Oh my God. Baldwin said, fucking A, dude. Fuck yeah. Here we go. I'm just making sure because timeline I told you guys was a lie. I'm a timeline queen. I said, absolutely not. I said, absolutely not. Go, if you don't believe me, go back to 2 years ago. Check out my first 2 videos on this fucking case, Delphi. Here it is. Baldwin boomed the doors and said the timeline is a lie. They were killed before and not dropped off. They were killed before and not dropped off. I said, wait, they were killed before what time? The time that they went missing? Wait, what? Yes. The time that everybody thinks that that's when they went missing. They were killed before that and then dropped off. Where everybody said they went missing, that's where they were dropped off. That's what I say. Woo! Again, this is a timeline. I said, wait a second. This time I said, I want to know what they did the night before. I want to know where they were the day before. What happened that weekend? The breaking news is that Baldwin came out saying that, listen, the girls, plot twist, bitches, the girls were dead before, quote unquote, they were dropped off. Means Kelsey German's a whole ass lie. And I want to talk to none other than one person, and that would be Mr. Hughes. Come on down, Mr. Hughes. Mr. Hughes, come on down, baby. Like I said, just because you walk by or you drive by and you drive somewhere, we have no idea who's in that car. We have no idea what's going on. A huge ass lie brewing from the beginning, and it's coming out, and they brought it out right in opening and said, guess what? They were killed before this alleged drop-off. I said, we know what? We know Derek ain't getting out, go pick him up and bullshit. Now, this is some news, and you listen to me what I'm saying. This is very important on timeline. The girls were dead before this alleged. We dropped them off at the bridge. And Becky Patty only got crossed for 3 minutes, one question, and she took a big old shit. I know I didn't want to go to prison. So Becky Patty changed statements. But the big bomb drop here is that, guess what? We are going to show you that the girls were dead, aka missing, whatever you want to say, before this whole 11 drop off at the bridge. Shit went down. Breaking news. Take it. Do whatever you want with it. And no, I was not arrested at any point in time when I was in Fort Wayne. Okay. Crazy for even saying that.
I don't want you on your feet. Yes, you put him out the second. He came back in? So there's no fence then? Corporal asked me to give you a rundown? She's sitting on the curb. I told her to sit down.
The question that was asked from Baldwin to Becky Patty was, can you describe Libby's voice for us? Can you describe Libby's voice for us? How would you describe her voice? How would you describe her voice? I said it last night again. I said, kids don't make plans last minute and do this and other. I said, I personally believe that Kelsey was told to go. Oh, can you go pick up the girls? Can you go pick up the girls at the bridge? Can you go pick up the girls at the bridge? She goes to the bridge. There's no girl. Hell yeah. Fuck with me in timelines. Let's do it. Breaking news. Delphi is a sham. Fucking doing this bullshit. Nobody wants to come over to this side because you know why? I don't throw up no fucking softballs, bitches. And I'm going to tell you why I was out in 2 parking garages. I have no problem telling you why I was out in 2 parking garages. Because the family was not seen on day 1, and I wanted to know what was going on. Why wouldn't the family be there? I got something to say, and I'm going to say it when it's right. Bring it. Baldwin's opening was an hour. Nick's was 20 minutes. Woohoo!
Sarah, you get enough water? No, if you want to stay seated, I don't want you getting lightheaded. So remember I said the detectives were gonna come out and talk to you and go from there. You know what I'm saying? They're here. They're gonna ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
All right, Sarah, my name is Chelsea, my partner Scott. It's my understanding you reside here? Okay, is it just you, okay. Your former husband, okay. But you reside here with George and then your son lives with you or lives, there's 50-50? Yeah. Okay.
Also, just so you guys know that Richard Allen prayed right before court started. Richard Allen prayed. So those of you guys that want to know every detail, Richard Allen prayed right before trial. Listen, it's not about sides. It's about the truth. The truth then should just, like anybody that has a brain, okay? Is it right that we convict him? Is it wrong? Is it right, wrong? But what happened here? The evidence that I'm telling you that is being put forward is basically being taken like a pancake, boom, and flipped. I love it. I fucking love it. But you know what? We would not be here today without advocacy. And this is what we need in this world, is people like Baldwin and Rozzy, because it wasn't just about Richard Allen. It was about the truth. They were after the truth. They listened to what their client had to say, and then they opened up the discovery, and then they brought on investigators, and they worked the case.
I don't know what happened. Okay, and then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning?
It was afternoon. I mean, I was
Or this afternoon?
but I just didn't want to come downstairs. So
Okay.
I played in bed for a little while, and then I eventually went downstairs. He about where he was, and then I was like, oh my God, he's in the case still. So I pulled him out, and I stretched him out, and I started to try to CPR on him. I called you guys, so I called Brian. Okay. And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 seconds on the road, I called you guys. Okay. The person on the phone had me do the concussion continually, so I can count what happened. So you guys shut up.
Okay, and, so as part of our investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house, we have to look at things. Are you okay with us going in the house and looking at things? Okay. And forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside, taking photographs and? Okay.
Can I ask, is Brian, George, was he diagnosed with any kind of mental history?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't take drugs. I mean, we'll have you take a bottle of wine here and there, but I don't know.
Well, that would be my next question. So you guys don't normally drink? You just drink once in a while, or?
Well, I'm gonna say like, okay, I guess normal drinking is like we will have like a glass of wine or two, like while we're cooking dinner. Sure, we'll here and we'll say I'm working with them. We'll say it's right there. But it's not like
a couple of beers a day.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't understand though, like for a little bit that.
Let's talk about this for a second. Maybe Liberty, German, and the rest of the people are there for the facts as well, and they're not here for the facade. So, you know, maybe they were like, listen, we were just never asked these questions. Or maybe people ran with stuff and we said multiple things. So I think it is safe to say let's reserve it. But Becky Patty was only asked, was only on cross-examination for 3 minutes in a big question that I think was asked was describe Liberty's voice for us. Describe her voice. I'm telling you guys, this case is nothing what it seems. And we need to stop having law enforcement and our judicial system go after what they want to deem a win by getting someone to plea deal, by making something so harsh that you plea deal, that you confess 60 times. They needed to put Richard Allen in a state that was incomprehensible in order for them to get something on Richard Allen, which was 61 false confessions. And I say, fuck all of that. Those people should be in prison. Those people who would ever try to do that to somebody should be in prison. That is disgusting. Okay. I was there day one, took a 10-minute break literally to get out of my seat, run down, pee, change a tampon, come back up, took a swig of water, did not leave my chair. I was in my chair from 8 o'clock in the morning until 5:15 p.m. I was outside the courthouse beginning at 6:15 in the morning. I was up and down from 4 a.m., 5 a.m. No family was in that courthouse. No family was in that courthouse. They'd been in every courthouse. They'd been in every room, every time. Why not that time? That bothered me. That didn't sit right with me. Then I hear journalists talking about the fact of go get coffee. Go get coffee. I see people already having coffee. I see people with coffee. Why are you sending your men with cameras to go get coffee after all these people have coffee? I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I said, wait till I tell my story on everything. Bullshit.
So he said that I needed to tell you guys about his family. Like, who do I talk to about?
We're gonna do that once we walk through and see. Yeah, we're gonna.
I'm just telling you, like,
It's gonna be a
I'm
while.
afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I am afraid for my life. His family has never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. So they've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like, about this. Is that, okay. So no one's gonna know until, we will be making that notification, so
They're going to
it's,
tell me.
okay, well,
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to tell me. His kids are going to tell me in Philadelphia. They're going to tell me. This was not intentional.
okay.
They're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
We're gonna do a thorough investigation, and we will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we need to, okay?
And my 9-year-old.
Or he's at school, or he's with your husband.
I know, well,
Ex-husband.
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said he made arrangements for your husband.
All right, more breaking news is that Baldwin, the attorney for Richard Allen, says that 2 witnesses will blow the state's timeline up. He says that the down the hill video, that the guy on the video isn't who is saying down the hill. Baldwin said the girls were confronted by several people, taken away, killed on 2/14, 2017, not the 13th. But that they went like missing on the 13th earlier than they were missing. So again, I'll re-say that again. Breaking news, Delphi. Breaking news, Delphi. Baldwin says that 2 witnesses will blow the state's timeline up. Baldwin says 2 witnesses will blow the state's timeline to smithereens. He says that the down the hill video, that the guy on the video isn't who is saying down the hill. Baldwin said the girls were confronted by several people, taken away, killed on 2/14, 2017, not the 13th, but were probably not, quote unquote, where were they? The timeline is a charade, is false as it's like a it's as false as they come. AKA, this is staged. This is staged from top to bottom, y'all. Not only was the crime scene, the final location staged, okay, but the whole it's all facade. I can't wait to talk about my deep dive I did. Let's get back to it.
Examination.
No questions, Judge.
Is this witness released?
No questions for her.
All right. You're released, not subject to recall, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
Wow. So again, testifying today so far in the Delphi case, we want who testified in the order. Derek, Kelsey. Kelsey was the first witness. We know that Becky Patty. We know that the opening was 20 minutes for Nick and 1 hour for Baldwin. NBC and the AP broke the decorum order. NBC and the AP broke the decorum order. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it. All right. So again, it started 11 minutes late. So we were looking at 9/11. Great. Awesome. And the openings were 1 hour for the defense, 20 minutes. Yeah, baby. What's up there? I can't wait to hear Derek. So we're waiting on Derek. Baldwin also said, full stop. Alan was not on the bridge at the same time as the girls, period, full stop, according to Baldwin. Like, just stop saying all that. He wants people to know that that's not even possible. So, you guys, things are just, Delphi's on fire right now. No wonder this was not able to be viewed, okay? No, I don't think that Keegan Klein was involved. I don't think Tony was involved. I think this is something in a different direction. So I want to give, I'm reserving my right to give you my full opinion until after I have the state's.
All right, members of our jury, it is 3:21 at this time. We're going to go ahead and take that afternoon regularly scheduled break. I'm going to ask you to come back here in 15 minutes at 3:37. Similar instructions that I've given you previously. Please don't just conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. I thank you for your service, and we'll see you shortly.
Wow. Oh my God. Stuff is just gone haywire in the Delphi case, guys. Just absolutely. Again, those of you guys just joining, I'll repeat it. So this morning there was a little bit of an issue out there in Delphi. I figured this was coming, but reporting from Angela, Delphi breaking court detail, opening statements in the Delphi murder case against suspect Richard Allen are finished. The jury has already heard from their first witness, Liberty German's relatives. Okay. I'm telling you, Kelsey was the first witness. Okay. Kelsey was the first witness. This is what was put out. The prosecution began their opening statements by laying out its case, saying Richard Allen is bridge guy. Okay. They say he is the man Liberty captured on her phone of a man on the bridge. Prosecution also stated that Richard Allen matches the description of a man seen on the Monon High Bridge, but yet we're not able to use those sketches. This was just minutes before the girls were allegedly abducted, that he confessed the details only the killer would know. And they talked about the bullet found at the crime scene. They said it matches Allen's gun. The defense's opening statement, again, this is just, I'm trying to show you the difference of what you guys are hearing from whoop to like whoop. So the defense's opening statement focused on inconsistent witness descriptions, their client's mental health, and added bullet testing is inconclusive. They added the girls were likely abducted on Monday afternoon, driven away from the bridge, and killed somewhere else. The defense told the jurors they believe Abby and Libby's bodies were then placed near the bank of the Deer Creek early Tuesday morning. Wah, wah, wah. Allen's attorney said law enforcement cannot explain the hair found intertwined on Abby's hands that does not match Richard Allen, nor does it match either of the girls. It is a blonde-rooted hair. The defense asked jurors to consider that there is no DNA linking Allen to the murders, something that every single juror wanted. The judge ruled that the suspect sketches will not be admissible for court. We were expecting that. So the jurors will not be able to use those in considering Allen's guilt. Now, coming from my favorite source, here it is. Becky Patty has changed her account of how she learned the girls were dead. What, Lana? Yeah, you heard. Again, Becky Patty has changed her account of how she learned that the girls were dead. The cross of Becky Patty was only 3 minutes. One question, and it's a weird one. Baldwin boomed the doors and said the timeline is a lie. They were killed before and not dropped off. I said they were killed before what time? The time that they went missing? Yes, it's all a lie. They weren't missing that day. They were killed somewhere else and placed there. Everything we've been saying. Holy shit! Imagine that. I said, what the fuck? 2 years ago when I sat down and I looked at this and I did a live and I was like, or maybe I like made a pre-record first. And I was like, dude, I'm timeline. I'll fuck anybody's timeline up. I was like, this timeline is 100%. If this is a timeline, then it's a family member. If it's not the timeline, then someone's lying about when they, like, everything about, like, because the smallest, littlest time that these girls could have been taken, they were taken, which would lead somebody to believe that these girls were telling people where they were exactly going to be. Okay. Moving on. A question that was asked of Becky Patty was Baldwin saying, Becky Patty, can you describe for the jury here, describe Liberty's voice? What? Describe her voice. Gall told Baldwin to wrap it up. His opening was an hour long, where Nick McClellan's was 20 minutes. Baldwin said the hair is female. Oh, here comes the female. Fucking no way. Okay, female hair, and it was rooted. It was a rooted female hair. Holy shit. Baldwin said that the Down the Hill video, this is why they probably never let us hear all of it, but says the Down the Hill video, that guy on the video isn't who is saying down the hill. Oh my God. Baldwin says that 2 witnesses will 100% blow the state's timeline to smithereens. NBC and the AP, they were the one that broke the decorum order. Allen was not on the bridge at the same time as the girls, period, full stop, according to Baldwin. Emphasis added with period, full stop. So let's talk about that geofencing. Let's talk about them times of the phones. The phone data, we believe here at TNT, will F the timeline. F the states, RA is guilty bullshit, all of it. Take it. I want to know about this part, which is Baldwin said the girls were confronted by several people. The girls were confronted by several people, taken away, killed on 2017, not the 13th. Trying to give you guys the best of the best here. Wow. Now, of course, everything is just opening statements, but guess what? When you try to say things in opening statements and they don't come out, I think the biggest bomb is that Becky Patty is changing her story. Her story has changed, and so there, all I have to say is why I was always skeptical of Mr. Hughes is because I am personally involved and have the discovery of Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s case, and I personally am the one that's exclusively working with the family of Sheldon Jeter Jr. And to hear the way that Hughes has talked about the Rachel Altana case and talked about Sheldon Jeter Jr., that was full stop pause for me. Okay. And him just wanting to like rope up, like, no. You know what? Absolutely not. Okay. You guys, when the Innocence Project began crushing it due to DNA, the DNA was exonerating people that confessed to the murder. Why would anybody confess to something that they didn't do? Well, go back and take a look at those deals. Go back and take a look at this. Go back and take a look at that. Who would be ever grinding it in somebody to get you to false confess versus just work the case? Why do you need to talk to me? Go work your case. You should have to sit me down in a room and grind me down, okay? And lie to me and scare me and do all these things to frighten me so that I slip up and say something that I don't even know that I'm saying it. The Innocence Project exonerated people through DNA. People that said that they did it. People that said that they did it. DNA exonerated them. Do you guys know what that means? That means that the word false and confession used back to back like that, false confession, is real. And if you don't believe that it's real, then you don't believe in, then you don't believe in science, then you don't believe in math, and you don't believe in the fact that the law enforcement officials in this country, okay, they're human just like you and me. And the difference is when somebody can come forward and say, holy shit, this person lied to me and I took them at their word. And so I went on this type of a timeline, or I didn't double check that. You're right, I didn't. And I didn't go and get this and I didn't go and get that. And I just went at that person and I used the tactic that I was taught in law enforcement, and it got them to false confess. I will say this and I will leave us with all of this, which is just because somebody says something, it doesn't mean it's true. And just because somebody doesn't say something doesn't mean it didn't happen. When you understand those two things, then you are way ahead of the bunch. But just because somebody says something, it doesn't make it true. And just because somebody doesn't say something doesn't mean it didn't happen. We the people. We the people. But you know what? Not everybody gets amazing lawyers like Richard Allen. If Sheldon Jeter Jr. would have had 1/100th of what Richard Allen has right now, Sheldon Jeter Jr. would not be behind bars. So to think about that, like, it makes every day I barf because I know that Sheldon is innocent because of the discovery. That, like, there's even Brady material that they didn't even turn over. But even the discovery that they did turn over, because they're just so, they just didn't get away with whatever. And then you have attorneys that didn't even open up Sheldon's discovery, didn't even file any motions. How do you fucking not do that? How do you not file any motions on his behalf? And you take money from a church. Preachers were raising money for Sheldon. And then you take it and you just do what with it? You don't go and get any experts. You don't do any testing. You don't do shit. But they're going to have to answer that because I'm holding them responsible personally, because I have the discovery. I know what they didn't do. I know they didn't do anything. And I know for a fact that the pictures that law enforcement took that night of Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s alleged murder of Tyreek Pugh, God saved Sheldon by making it rain that night. And if he didn't, then Sheldon wouldn't be able to prove this. There were cop cars there prior to it raining. You know how I know that? Because of the crime scene photos. I spotted a vehicle and I said, holy shit, why is it dry underneath that cop car? They arrived way later after the body should have been there. It shouldn't be dry underneath the cop car. If it's dry underneath the cop car, that means it was there before it started raining. Not to mention other things I found that were just mind-blowing, but Sheldon Jeter Jr. is innocent as fuck. And every person has the right to remain silent. Not because they're innocent and they want to scream from the rooftops, it's because I don't want to say anything so that you guys don't use it against me. Twisting my words. Already being seen in the light of people that are going to be judging you as well, you wouldn't be sitting there, if they didn't have stuff on you. Man, fuck that. The Innocence Project exists for a reason. And let me tell you that one reason. If law enforcement was so motherfucking good and so motherfucking unable to make a mistake, people make mistakes. And whether it was a mistake or it was plain bias or prejudice or whatever it may be, We are human. We are all human. Well, just like DNA came along and flipped the switch and exonerated people for spending so many years behind bars, then phones came along. And this is the big daddy now, which is phones, which is geofencing. And trust me, I have my opinions about geofencing, okay? Because I don't think that, I think that you would be violating all these people's rights just to be able to, hey, we're going to do cell tower dumps. And if you were in the area, you become a suspect. You know what I mean? That's kind of messed up. But I think that there's ways around it, okay? I think there's ways around it. And I just hope that the people that have been doing this for a long, long time come together and say that there is ways around it. Because the cell phones in this case, which Nick doesn't want to use, the geofencing that Nick doesn't want to use, it freaking proves a totally different timeline and totally different people around that scene. And for that to be totally disregarded and the jury not here would be an absolute sin. And if I was Liberty's freaking parents and grandparents and Abby's, I would be saying, hold the door. I want all this shit in. I want it all in. Because if you guys were lying to me from the beginning, I'm going to own this town. And it's not going to be called Delphi. It's going to be called Abby and Libby Town. Instead of Allentown, it's going to be called Libby Town. And but fuck this. This is sick. This is disgusting. And for us not to see it, and for the world not to see it, for the people not to see what's going on in Delphi, it affects all of us. So start signing shit when you see it for petitions. Start voting for your judges. Start voting for your fucking district attorneys. All right? Because they're the ones that bring on cases. They're the ones that look at something and say, you know, get out of here. You guys, we're not messing with that. Vote local. I don't care who you vote for. Vote for people that are fair. And all I got to say is you'd want me on your fucking team. You'd want me advocating for you. And that's all I'll ever need as credibility goes. You want me vote. You want me on your side. You want me advocating for you. Because there ain't a fucking stone that I would not turn over for you. And now the question is, would you do it for someone else? What would you do for a stranger? And if you can just say, listen, I don't know what to do, but I will help you get into the hands of somebody that could help you, that would be more than enough for that person. But this shit's ridiculous. But the more this gets suppressed, the more that we don't get to see that it exists. Corruption. It's called corruption. It's called conspiring. And I'm fucking here for it. I'm here for it.
We are back on the record, case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Kester on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
All right. Ms. Boone is still seated at counsel's table, wearing the same black suit and pink blouse from this morning. State, anything we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Not from the state.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and we can bring back in our panel.
Ain't nobody gonna stop me from doing what is right. I don't give a fuck. You're fucking with people, that's me. You don't fuck with people, that means you're fucking with me. I am people. My shirts are gonna start saying, I am people.
You may be seated. State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
Members of the jury, again, if you could please raise your hand, showing that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. All right, the record reflect all jurors have raised their hands. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Deputy John Martinez.
Mr. Martinez, raise your right hand, please. Please be swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Sir, good afternoon. Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Deputy John Martinez, Johnmartinez.
Thanks, sir. You may be seated.
Thank you.
You may inquire, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, who is it that you work for?
Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy Sheriff.
How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
I'm going on my 16th year.
Prior to working for the Orange County Sheriff's Office, do you have any previous law enforcement experience?
I do.
And where was that?
I first started my career with the New York City Police Department,
And how long were you with the New York City Police Department?
about 10 years.
And what was your position with the New York City Police Department?
I was a police officer.
And at the sheriff's office, tell us, what are some of your duties as a deputy sheriff?
Respond to calls of service. My primary function is the school resource officer.
And is continuing training a condition of your employment with the sheriff's office?
It is.
Tell us, how is it that you became involved in this case?
I was dispatched to this location.
And what was this location?
It was located at 4748 France Lane, apartment number 3.
And is that here in Orange County, Florida?
It is.
And when you responded to that location, who did you first come into contact with?
I came in contact with Miss Sarah Boone.
Do you see Sarah Boone here in court today?
I do.
Could you please point to her and identify an article of clothing she's wearing?
The lady sitting in the middle with the black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
During the time that you were on the scene, did you have a body-worn camera?
I did.
And was that body-worn camera activated?
It was.
Were all your contacts with Ms. Boone recorded on that body-worn camera?
It was.
Were other deputies also on the scene at that time?
Yes,
And was Deputy Rodriguez there?
she was.
So would both of your body-worn cameras both captured some of the same time frames?
Correct, yes.
Did you have an occasion to go inside of the apartment?
I did.
And inside of the apartment, what observations did you make?
When I first entered the apartment, I noticed a Hispanic male laying on his back in looks like a small nook dining area. Later identified Mr. George Torres.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states K and been shown to defense?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states K. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Is a copy of my body-worn camera.
And does this body-worn camera fairly and accurately depict the a portion of the events that took place on February 24th, 2020?
It does.
And are those your initials on the disc?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states K into evidence.
Any objections? No objection. What was pre-marked as states K will be received into evidence without objection as state 7.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may. Madam Clerk, can you dim the lights?
They're coming out now. I'll get you somebody, okay? She wants to say something. She wants to call someone.
Don't know anything though, like why or how? So that we will not know the answer to that because we're not. So we're gonna have to go to the mayor's office. I'll have to what's called a non-pub. Yeah, that'll be first thing tomorrow morning. I'll know a lot, hopefully a lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot. There's no way I can say how, why. So just by looking at him, like, why is he purple? That's normal when someone passes away within an age.
It's the hard stuff being in the workplace, so those points of time, and this is kind of very, that's it happens every day.
I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
Well, you have all these evidences, so I'm really sure nothing's gonna happen. Before we go and make any notifications,
plenty of time to leave or do what you need to do. Whatever you need to do, okay? And we talked about that more than time, right? Yeah, you.
But like, I don't, like, this was totally like not intentional. Like, that's what I'm scared about too. Like,
We'll have all the answers. We'll have a lot more answers tomorrow. And then have a budget. Like you said, what you're seeing here is common. This is us coming out.
Protocol.
Yeah, it's no real medical history that
I know of.
For those who have passed away, we come out.
I know. Yeah.
We come out and do an investigation. Medical examiner's office, we send people out, this is what we do. If he was 75 years old and had a heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I don't know what it is.
Exactly, and that's what we're here to find out. We're just here to get the answers. The answers that you want, the answers that the family
I just
want.
really want to see my son. Like, I really need to see my son. I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but right. So do I just like sit out here and wait for you guys?
If you would, yes, please.
Does anybody else have you to show up, or everybody's here that needs to be here?
My team's here, that needs to be here, the medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready to do them yet. So they're gonna take him, they're gonna take the photos, take him, but that's towards the end of it, and they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them, but we're not ready for them at this point, so we won't be calling them quite yet. Okay? So like I said, I gotta go do some paperwork, they're gonna chat, with some people, and then we're gonna come back and talk to you if you're okay with that. So just give us a little bit more time, like I said, and you go and do that.
So, like, do you guys tell his family, like, today or after tomorrow? You have to. So,
Our investigation is pretty much complete here. Once we leave here, we will be going to.
But again, we'll know. I'm not gonna just go and do it without you knowing, you'll know. Talk to you about it, anything like that.
but how, I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, and, you know, so, but, like, what are you just telling us? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the reason as to why?
We tell them what we know at that point. We tell them the truth.
And that we're gonna be waiting for the autopsy results, and I will get the autopsy in the morning, and hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
Give them their number, they can contact them, you know.
So yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that we're still.
They're gonna think I know him. They always have said that. They've always have said that. I told you, because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon, that's what they call me, because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I encouraged him numerous times to go there and see his family.
Woo! DMC catches up a membership. Again, all of this could be seen. This is the body cam. It's out there. It's been talked about, viewed numerous times. I did it on my channel. Yeah. But the bombs coming out of Delphi right now, Delphi, Indiana, it's just like, woo-hoo-hoo! Holy shit! Damn! It's like Ivan Drago just pounding Rocky Balboa right now after opening statements. Like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then Becky Patty changing her story. I don't even know what to say about it. I mean, it is what it is. I knew it was coming, and the female rooted hair. Ah, shit! Holy shit! It ain't even a guy. The hair is rooted, and it's a female. I think I said that last night.
We're not gonna leave here for you and you not guilty. Right? Please. I don't even know what to tell you. It's okay. Just take a seat, have some water.
Up in flames. timeline, everything. Everything that you know about the Delphi case, erase it from your brain. That's why I'm hoping that the jury has never heard about this case.
Yeah. Okay.
You have anyone in there?
There's nobody here, just me.
Okay, that's fine. You're right there, right?
Yeah.
Sit there and take your line. I have relief coming, so just wait.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Sean.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're released, not subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Manny G, and that would mean it would be planted, in my opinion. So
Date
it's
and may call your
either
next witness.
ripped out or it's planted.
Melissa Roughgarden.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Melissa Roughgarden, MELISSA ROUGHGHGARDEN.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Ma'am, who do you work for?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I am a forensic biologist with the forensics unit. Prior to this, I was a crime scene investigator for 5 years.
And how long in total have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And tell us all the positions you've held during that time.
Those two, a crime scene investigator and a forensic biologist.
Let's turn to your work as a crime scene investigator. What does a crime scene investigator do?
We respond to crime scenes. We photograph and document those crime scenes through photographs, notes, and sometimes sketches. We collect evidence, we process the scene, and then we do further processing to that evidence back at our forensics lab.
When you say process the evidence or process the scene, can you tell us what that entails?
It depends on the scene and the evidence, but it includes the photographs. We also take swabs for potential DNA. We can also do testing for possible blood and things like that. We also process for latent fingerprints, among other things.
What type of training did you need in order to become a crime scene investigator?
Upon being hired with the sheriff's office, as a CSI, I completed a 16-week training program, which includes in-house processing, as well as going out to crime scenes with trained crime scene investigators to observe and then assist, as well as taking on calls with the trained crime scene investigator.
Approximately how many crime scenes have you processed in the course of your time as a CSI?
It would be hundreds. I don't know the exact amount.
Were you working in this capacity as a CSI on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, I was.
And tell us, where did you respond out to on that day?
I responded to 4748 Franz Court, apartment 3.
And is that in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And when you responded to that scene, whom did you make contact with?
I made contact with the homicide detective, Chelsea Kepsel.
Did you receive information from the detective?
Yes, that it was a death investigation.
Did you walk the scene with the detective?
Yes.
And tell us, what does it mean to walk the scene with the detective in a homicide?
We go into the scene and just observe. We don't interact with anything and discuss what we see.
When you walked this scene, did you see George Torres?
Yes, I did.
And where was he located?
He was located on the floor in the living room of the apartment.
Did you, with the detective, identify potential items of evidence to be collected?
Yes.
You had mentioned previously about documenting scenes with photographs. Was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been marked for identification as States M and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you who's been marked for identification as States M. Can you take a look at the contents of State M to yourself and tell me if you recognize the items contained within States M?
I would agree with that. Looking at the jury
You
as the new.
recognize the contents of States M.
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is the contents of State M?
They are photographs I took on the crime scene.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how that crime scene appeared on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States M into evidence.
How many photographs are there? Do you have a total?
111.
No objection.
All right. What was pre-marked as States M will be received into evidence without objection as States 8.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may.
Your Honor, can we have the lights dimmed?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to confirm here that 2 weapons, one was a serrated edge, one was a non-serrated edge. 2 weapons were used in the Delphi murders. 2 different weapons.
As part of state's M. Picture. Photo number 4. Tell us, what is this?
This is the front door to the residence.
State's 5.
This is also the front door of the residence, just a closer image to the door.
When you enter the residence, what is the first area just off to the right of the front door?
That would be the kitchen.
Showing you it's been marked as state's 11.
Yes, so this is just inside the door. To the right, there is the kitchen area.
Showing you state's 14.
Yes.
What is this a photo of?
So this is the counter with the sink in the kitchen, and there's also the open area just above where you can see into the living room.
Showing you from state's composite, photo 19.
Yes.
What is this?
This is a hutch inside the kitchen. You can see in the background, that is where that first photo of the kitchen was taken. So that's the entryway. And then this is the hutch, and there is a cell phone on the hutch in the kitchen.
Showing you state 22.
This is the trash can in the kitchen. You can also see the hutch we were just looking at there on the side.
State's 23.
This is the contents of the trash can. You can see 2 wine bottles on the top of the trash.
Did you also find receipts in that trash can as well?
Yes.
Photo 25 from the composite.
These are those same wine bottles and 3 Publix receipts that were removed from the trash can.
Did you take these items
3
and
receipts?
collect them into evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Photo 32 from the composite.
Yes, this is just in further into that entryway. You can see the living room.
Photo 35 from the composite.
This is another photo of the living room. You can see the victim located on the floor and a suitcase in the bottom corner of the photograph.
Photo 36.
This is another photograph in the living room. This is that wall we saw in the kitchen there with the opening. You can also see a wooden baseball bat leaning against the wall.
Was that baseball bat collected into evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
Photo 38.
This is, excuse me. This is also a photograph of the living room, just the other side of the room.
Photo 43 from the composite.
Yes. This photograph was taken in the living room. You can see the stairs leading to the second floor.
Photograph 45.
This is a photograph of the living room just from the other side of the room. You can see the front door in the middle back of the photo.
Photo 49 from the composite.
This is a more close-up photograph of the suitcase.
Photo 50.
This is a photograph of one of the zippers on the suitcase.
Photograph 51.
This is a close-up picture of that same zipper. There is no zipper pull on it. It appeared to be a small wire of some sort, the pink wrapped around the zipper. This is the zipper on the other side of the suitcase.
Just for the record, that's photograph 52. States 53 from this composite.
The close-up image of that same zipper. There is also no zipper pull on that one.
Photo 54 from the composite.
This is the contents of the suitcase after just lifting the lid.
Photo 56 from the composite.
More of a close-up image of the items. There were miscellaneous papers and paperwork, some clothing items, and apparent blood inside the suitcase.
What items?
Wait, that stuff was in the suitcase as well?
Inside the suitcase.
It was observed on the white cap and a necktie, and there was also visible blood just on the interior of the suitcase.
Photo 57 from the composite.
The contents of the suitcase, but you can see the white cap more clearly and the blood observed on it.
'58 from the composite.
You can see the necktie with blood. It appeared to be silver multicolored. And then there's also a diazepam syringe in the plastic casing there. It was prescribed to the victim.
Photo 61 from the composite.
That is the miscellaneous papers and paperwork that was removed from the suitcase.
Photo 62 from the composite.
That's the suitcase after all of the items were removed.
Photo 64 from the composite.
Yes, that is what appeared to be some like small pieces of paper that appeared to be soaked with blood.
Is this inside?
How does he have blood on him?
Yes.
Dried blood. I mean, like what?
Photo 65 from the composite.
That is the baseball bat that was leaning against the wall in the living room.
Photo 68 from the composite.
This is back to the stairs to the second floor in the living room.
Photo 69 from the composite.
This is moving closer to the stairs to the second floor.
Photo 70 from the composite.
Photographing more of the staircase. These are the steps leading to the second floor before I proceed up to the second floor.
This is photo 71 for the record. Photo 72 from the composite.
The upper portion of the stairs leading to the second floor.
How many bedrooms were on the second floor of the unit?
There were 2 bedrooms.
Photo 75 from the composite. What is this?
This is the hallway. You can see a closet in the hallway and then the door to one of the bedrooms.
Does this appear to be a child's room?
Yes, it did.
Photo 79 from the composite.
This is a photograph within the child's bedroom.
That's very clean.
96 from the composite.
This is the door leading to the other bedroom upstairs.
Did this other bedroom also contain a bathroom?
Yes, it did.
Photo 90 from the composite.
This is the bed within that bedroom.
Again, I have all beds made. That's what I see is all beds were made. I'd have to look at that second picture again.
Photo 97 from the composite.
This is the bathroom.
In that
Ups-
master bedroom.
Master bed?
Yes.
Master
Did you
bed.
also have an occasion to photograph the defendant?
Yes, I did.
You see the defendant here in court today.
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to them and identify article of clothing they're wearing?
She is right there with a black blazer and a pink shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record so reflect.
Showing you photo 98 from the composite.
This is the photograph I took of the defendant.
Why is it that you are photographing the defendant at this point?
I collected her buccal swabs, which is a DNA standard from the inside of the mouth, and it is part of our procedure to photograph that person for identification purposes.
Do you also document the rest of her body as well at that time?
Yes, I did.
Publishing photograph 101 from State's Composite.
This is a photograph of her hands facing upward.
Photograph 102.
This is her right hand facing upward.
Photograph 103.
Her left hand facing upward.
Photograph 104.
Both of her hands facing downward, so the tops of her hands.
Photograph 105.
This is her right hand facing downward.
Photograph 106.
And her left hand facing downward.
Photograph 107.
This would be of her right arm.
Photograph 108.
Her left arm.
Photograph 109.
Her right arm with it facing upward.
Photograph 110.
Her left arm with her arm facing upward.
During the time you were interacting with the defendant, did she ever indicate to you that she had any injuries?
No.
You had previously testified that you also collected physical items of evidence from the home as well in this case.
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked for identification as State C and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm assuming it was remarked for identification as State C. Can you take a look at that package for me?
Yes.
Do you recognize that package?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that package?
These are the 2 wine bottles that were collected from the trash can.
Is your name on that package?
Yes, my name is on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, and my initials are on the evidence seal from when I sealed the package.
And it also has your agency case number and the location information for this case.
Yes, that is correct.
Ma'am, could you open the contents of States C and look at it to yourself?
Have to pull them out to recognize the item. They're wrapped in paper.
Sure, just how the view from the court. What is the contents of State C?
These are the 2 wine bottles that I collected from the trash can.
Are these wine bottles in the same or substantially the same condition as they were at the time that you packaged them on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the same time I collected them that day.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States C into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as State C will be received into evidence as States 9 without objection.
And Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
You can unwrap them now. Did you also have occasion to collect the baseball bat from the living room?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states B and shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states B. Can you take a look at this item?
Yes.
Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do. This is the wooden baseball bat I collected from the living room.
Does this item have your name on it?
Yes, it has my name on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, as well as my initials on the evidence seal.
And it also has your initials and your agency case number as well.
Yes, it does.
Ma'am, could you open states B and look at the contents of it to yourself without displaying it to the court?
Yes.
What is contained within states B?
The wooden baseball bat.
And is that bat in the same or substantially the same condition as it was at the time that you collected it on February 24, 2020?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states B into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as B will be received into evidence as states 10 without objection.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may.
You also had an occasion to collect a suitcase as well in this case.
Yes, I did.
Prior to placing the suitcase into evidence, did you process it?
I took measurements of the suitcase.
What are the measurements of the suitcase?
It was 28 inches in length, 20 inches wide, and 8 7/8 inches deep.
Your Honor, at this time, may the witness step down from the stand and approach the clerk's area.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States A. Tell me, do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is this item?
This is the suitcase I collected from the living room.
And how is it that you know that this is a suitcase you collected from the living room?
It has the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I labeled with the item description. It also contains my name and the agent's case number, and my initials are also on the evidence tape.
Ma'am, at this time, could you open States A and look at the contents of it to yourself?
Yes.
What is inside of States A?
This is the suitcase I collected from the living room.
And does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as the time that you collected it and placed it into evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as States A into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as A will be received into evidence without objection as states 11.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask for permission to publish States A to the jury.
You may.
Can you open the inside of it? How easy is it to operate the zipper that closes the suitcase?
It was a little difficult.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you also referred to as a medical examiner investigator as opposed to just crime scene investigator?
No, that is not my title.
Do you do reports that the medical examiner necessarily relies upon in the process of doing the autopsy and additional investigations?
You would have to ask them.
Who makes the decision at the scene as to what items will be photographed and what items will be taken into custody and what items will necessarily be tested or analyzed?
That's a collaborative effort between the crime scene investigator and the lead detective while on scene.
That would be yourself, and who was the lead detective?
The lead detective was Chelsea Kepsel.
That's the female.
You authored a report in this matter, did you not?
Yes.
And that report was utilized, if you in fact know, by the medical examiner in developing her autopsy report, was it not?
I do not know.
In your report, did you advise the medical or whomever might read your report that in fact the body had been removed from the suitcase by first offenders or first responders?
No, I don't believe so.
And we know that you have the capacity to do DNA analysis, correct?
No, we process DNA or collect swabs for DNA, and then that's submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for conventional DNA analysis.
So you did that with a sample from the inside of Sarah Boone's mouth.
Her buccal swabs were submitted to the FDLE.
And who made that decision?
The detective and I.
Who made the decision not to bother to do a DNA analysis on the blood from the items within the suitcase or the suitcase itself?
Ooh.
That was a discussion between the detective and I.
You
What?
chose not to do that.
No, we did not.
You assumed that the blood inside the suitcase belonged to George Torres, correct?
There was blood observed in the suitcase.
But you don't know who that belonged to because you didn't bother to analyze it or have it analyzed, correct?
The blood was not tested.
Oh,
State
Jesus.
Exhibit B, the back. You took that into evidence. Was that again a collaborative decision by yourself and the lead detective?
Yes.
And what efforts did you make to have the bat analyzed, given the fact that it was apparently evidence?
It was just collected as evidence from the scene.
Did you advise either the lead detective or anybody else involved with this investigation that there may be matters that could be analyzed when analyzing the bat that would help or assist in the investigation of this matter?
It's my job to do the documentation and the collection of evidence.
Well, you said it was a collaborative effort between yourself and the lead detective. So did you participate in that decision?
We chose to collect the bat and put it into evidence.
And so there was a fiber analysis done on the bat to determine whether or not it was used to strike George Torres when he was in the suitcase. Was there not?
Pardon?
In fact, there was not, was there? There was no effort to analyze bat.
I'm going to object. I don't believe the witness had an opportunity to answer the question.
Sustained.
I'm sorry. Please.
Can you repeat the question?
If I can remember it, I will. Do you know that there was any effort made in this particular investigation, the investigation of Sarah Boone, to analyze the bat for fibers?
No, there was not.
And why was that not done?
It was not done.
Evan, why would you take that and not test it?
You indicated that you had some interaction with Ms. Boone. Is that correct?
I collected her buccal swabs.
Did you speak with her?
In collecting her buccal swabs, yes.
Did you speak to any other witnesses?
No.
Did you make any determination of other matters that might be of import or evidentiary value when you were going through the house and taking photographs and documenting the interior of the townhouse?
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, how many pictures of the child's bedroom did we see?
Here today,
Yes, ma'am.
we saw the entrance to the bedroom as well as a photograph of the interior of the bedroom.
It wasn't the interior. It was a freaking,
Evidentiary value of that.
yeah. What was the probative value?
It's my job to photograph and document while on scene. So the rooms in the upstairs were photographed and documented.
How?
Did you photograph
I like this attorney.
holes in the wall, possibly made by the victim?
I don't recall photographing holes in the wall, no.
Did you take photographs of items within the house or throughout the house that may have depicted incidents of prior violence?
You'll have to be more specific.
How about bloody pillowcases? Did you make any effort to collect and analyze pillowcases of the rooms that you were photographing?
No.
Who made, you have significant experience with zippers?
I use zippers regularly, yes.
Enough to have an opinion as to whether or not a zipper is stuck or not.
Trash.
Is what? Sorry?
You testified on direct that the zipper was a little tight.
Just that it was difficult without the zipper pulls to use the zipper.
Oh, it's difficult.
Yes, from opening the suitcase here today.
Unbelievable.
Today. You
Today?
only tested it today?
Today?
Pardon?
You only today have for the first time tested the ability to pull open the zipper on the suitcase?
No, I'm saying it was difficult today.
So was it difficult before? Have you never opened it before?
A redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
You guys, this isn't about guilt. This is about people doing their jobs.
You documented the entirety of the house as you saw.
No, you didn't.
Yes.
Then show more
Every room in the
photographs.
house,
They were all taken overall photographs.
walls in the house.
In the overall photographs, yes, they weren't all individually photographed. No.
Oh, thank you.
And you did not document or note any type of holes in the wall or any type of damage to the walls, anything like that.
Not the walls, no.
Is that something that would have been documented both photographically and also within your report?
Yes.
You also, as we've previously seen in the composite, saw the victim where he was laying in this case, correct?
Yes.
It could have been moved. What is wrong with you people?
Was the victim, did he have blood on his mouth and on
Then
his
why did you even
face?
go upstairs?
Yes, he did.
Did he have open wounds on his body?
There was blood coming from his nose and his mouth. There was also some other areas like defects noted on his body.
Then why would you just test it? I don't understand.
You also made contact with the defendant too, as well.
Yes.
Did you note any other wounds or cuts or anything else that was not documented that you haven't testified to?
No.
So no wounds, nothing on her.
Not that I recall, no.
No further questions.
You better redirect.
Can this witness be released?
No.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't have anything else?
Mr. Owens, can this witness be released?
Judge, we'd like her to be on call.
Yeah.
Subject to recall, ma'am.
Keep everybody on recall.
Thank you.
This is ridiculous. I'm reporting this channel. Bye. Reporting this channel for what? Reporting this channel for what? Amazing. You guys, they're going to wrap it up. That's going to be the end of the day. They're going to start somebody here with 7 minutes to go. I'm going to report you for being so enamored with me that you were like obsessive. The day that I would ever write in someone's life that I'm going to report you, please do. I love it. Nothing happens to me. Report away, baby girl. Oh boy. This is wild. This is absolutely wild. How are you not? Why wouldn't you test this? Why wouldn't you test this?
Members of the jury, thank you so much for your attention in this matter. It is 4:52. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take our recess for the evening. Madam Clerk has letters that I have signed regarding your jury service for you to provide to your employer. Court deputy will provide them to you in the deliberation room.
All right. I thought those pictures were shit. Those pictures were, first of all, you're supposed to take far away pictures, and then you're supposed to get closer, and then you're supposed to get right close up on something. Okay. You're supposed to take normally three different, like, if something's for, like, here's when I'm about to walk in. Okay. Then it's supposed to be like medium range, close range, and then like up on it with like your measuring tool, whatever you're going to put next to it. We saw minimal stuff, but here people are going to say that we don't even know if the blood inside the suitcase was his. I didn't see any pictures of blood on his mouth or nose. Not saying that they couldn't have showed this to the jury, but I didn't see them. Only the jury knows that. I don't know if maybe they thought that Sarah Boone would take a deal, and so they didn't like really hardcore go into like, or they thought Sarah Boone was going to be like, defending herself. So they were just like, this is going to be so easy because Sarah Boone doesn't know what she's doing. Then that's not how cases should go. Okay. But I just feel like there was minimal effort here put forth in this case so far what I've seen. And there's a victim and you guys are going for murder. And this is the effort that we're getting. This is the effort that we're getting on a murder case. And so I just think that that's really sad. I think that's super sad for the victim and his family. And that's all I'll say today. Peace out. Bombs will be dropping here on Delphi. You guys will get the rundown of what's been going on. Please be kind to one another. And we will see you on the flip side. Thank you, moderators. So peace. Oh, hey, P.S. Guess what? Hey, guess what, Delphi trolls? Yo, timeline's on fire, motherfuckers! Because I can. I know it's hard for the truth for people. Bombs everywhere. Come get some. Eat your fucking heart out.